Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, August the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Yeah, so I took a stab at that brush, the BRSH. Looked pretty good. Looked like it was going to try to hold three a couple of times. So I got in at 306. The minute it got underneath three, I dumped it, but we'll see what happens. Four is really the key number for me because that's actually the kind of the IPO price. But it is above yesterday's high, or I shouldn't say that. The high yesterday was three. So if it can get back over three, I might take another shot at it. This was kind of what I would call a starter position. It's really hoping it would hold three, inch its way up, and if it got up to four, I was probably going to add to it. But anyway, we'll see what happens later on. Yeah, BABA is a shot in the arm for a lot of the China stocks. BABA, BABA earnings play, nice gap up for it, 7%. That's a big float, 2.6 billion. So to move 7% is a pretty nice move for that float, and it's moving a lot of the other China stocks. Let's see, PDD. I don't think PDD is an earnings play today. No, but so a lot of the China stocks are moving on the BABA earnings. Now I had QNRX as one of my gap ups, but since then, I was doing my work earlier, and this was when it was up at 25, and since then it is now actually gone negative. Crazy action yesterday for this one, up all the way up to 20. In fact, I wonder what it did in the pre. Oh, actually, okay. The high was 28, around 28. That was actually in the market, 3:15, still market hours. I thought that was after hours, but no. SOPA, 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 SOPA. Earnings play. Well, actually, it's not. Well, we have it on the 8th. I don't know if this is a pre-release or an actual release. It looks like this is actually the earnings release for SOPA. Another low float, 15.6 million in the float, SOPA. So obviously keep an eye on this one. The fact that it is a low float and we're in this market right now, this low float mania. NVIV, here's another one. Excuse me. NVIV, another low floater. No news, not that I can see anyway. Got up to 11.19 in the pre-market. It's pulled back $3. BCRX, the FDA has lifted their partial clinical hold for BCRX. So this is popping on that news. This is not a low float. And it's also an earnings play. I didn't realize it was an earnings play also. All I saw was the FDA has lifted the partial clinical hold. So, excuse me, earnings play plus they're good news for them, I guess, with the FDA. Wayfair, gap down. Earnings play, gap down on earnings. Not a big float for a $59 stock, 72 million in the float. Now, this is an uplist. All right, this is an uplisting. EFSH, sorry, EFSH. So they are now trading on NASDAQ. It's not a pink sheet stock as we speak. This actually ripped all the way up to 739. I actually put that into the room when it was popping up here. So it's still up 21%. And I think if let me find the news on it. So 6 million, 1.4 million at 420. So it's a little bit above call it the IPO price. I mean, it's not really an IPO, I guess, but it's above that price. So, and it's very low float. So this could get ripping again, especially if it holds over the 420. Ride, Lordstown. Ride is an earnings play, a little gap up for Ride. SYN, another small one. I think it's a low float also. Yeah, pretty low float. Another earnings play, SYN, gapping up. And another one, GRNA, some kind of a deal with Samsung. Samsung's into everything. mRNA, Samsung Biologics. Company announced the completion of the first commercial scale engineering run for the company's mRNA production partnership. So that is the news for GRNA. This is not a low float, 59 million in the float. Must have announced that news after hours, got up to 1277. That's a big pullback now. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. MRAI, I think this is a small one in terms of the float. Yeah, so they've done some kind of an acquisition. That was their news this morning. Gannett, GCI, getting close to an all-time low. Earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Big float, 137 million. Another earnings play for Lucid, Lucid Motors, Lucid Group. So yeah, so in earnings play, release earnings after hours, you can see the reaction. Big gap down, 12.5% now. Yeti. I have a Yeti somewhere. I guess I better buy more of them. Look at this. So this is an earnings play. Big gap down for Yeti. YETI. I didn't see the news. Is this a POX play? Oh no, NVC. Ah, this is NVC. I thought it was the NVIV. Okay, NVC. POX play, yep. Yeah, I mean, you talk about fluff, you're right. Plans to develop a monkeypox treatment. Okay. Zach, let's you and I get together and put out a press release and say that we're going to do the same. Let's see what happens. I guess we better create a public company first, but let's do that. THRY. THRY. Interesting action. I mean, it got up to 30 and it's just really sat there. I don't know what's going on here. Is this I mean, I know it's an earnings play, but the spread is crazy, 26.50, 30, but there's a lot of shares that traded. It looks like it was maybe a cross or something it's kind of weird. Kind of weird. It's almost like this is a buyout or something. It isn't. I mean, it's just sat here though at 30. And look at that spread, 26.50, 30. GBT is up on buyout interest. At least that's what they're saying. Receiving some buyout interest for GBT. Must have happened after hours. MOTS. Now this could be interesting. This is another one of those crazy low floaters. 2.5 million in the float. It's still up 12%. Got up to this had that run at the end of the day, and then look at after hours. I got up to 734. Okay, so it's still up 12.5%. Obviously down from the 734 high in the after hours yesterday. But again, another one of those crazy, crazy low floaters. And Fever, FVRR, Israeli company, releasing earnings. Not good. 11.11 down 11%. Looks like there could be some support around that 31, 50 to 60 level. So about $1 away from some potential support for FVRR. Let's take a look. I don't even see, I don't think I see SPIR anywhere on my gap ups. Morning, DAC. That's why there's no volume yet. So I have minimum volume, so that's why it's not showing up anywhere. But and it's not a low float. 100. If that's right, that's a big float for a $1 stock, 100 million. All right, let's see what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. FVRR guys still moving down. Well, we have only a few upgrades and we still have a lot of downgrades. Only a few upgrades this morning, so let me get a few of them in. There's, there's very few. 3. This is from briefing.com. I'm not saying that's the entire universe of upgrades, but that is from briefing.com. Downgrades, way bigger list. If there's anything standing out. Goldman is downgrading pay, P-A-Y. We'll look at pay afterwards, see if there's any action on that. All right, there is an upgrade and downgrade list from briefing.com. Let's take a look at pay, see if there's any action on pay with that Goldman downgrade. Actually, well, it's an earnings play, so the reaction really was after hours yesterday. Not a lot of volume yet, but certainly this could be interesting. How is I know ARC is crawling off the bottom. He must be by now. Yeah, it's definitely crawled off the bottom. I mean, $34 was were the lows, I guess, on the monthly chart a few months ago. So definitely crawling off the bottom now. Ooh, NKLA. NKLA. Is this an earnings play? NKLA, yes. Nicola. This is an earnings play, guys. NKLA. Having a nice little move here. EV play, of course. One of the more or less original SPACs. Not the first one, but among the probably this is one of the ones that went really crazy after it became listed out of its SPAC, got up to almost $100. So they lost 41 cents a share. Quarterly loss was 41 cents a share. I guess that wasn't as bad as they thought, or analysts thought. That is correct, to tell trader. Well, the problem is a 10-day daily breakout. I think the market has to open. Okay, so I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. I would use the, pre-market actives up and down. Those are the ones that are breaking out. But one of the, well, okay, you could do it. You could do it. When you say all time frames, you don't mean all time. You mean, I know what you mean. You mean pre-market. You'd have to take the relative volume filter out, but I have no idea what you'd get. Because remember, the relative volume filter is in here. And if you have a relative volume filter active, then nothing will happen in the pre-market. Okay. So you could take that out and see what happens. So you have to remove the, and then remember to put it back. The other thing to do is it, if you, if you notice, but you're going to get so many. APTN is just getting hammered here, guys. APTN is getting hammered. I've got the position in 10-day range as a heading, as a header. Okay, filter. So you could, I mean, you can just see the ones that are breaking out over the 10-day range right now, if you can see my screen, and also on the way down. So you could do a sort. So for instance, if I do it the other way, so I can tell that NLSN is below the 10-day range right now. Okay, if you take a look, if you understand what I'm doing here, if you can see my screen, one of the filter headings, column headings, is the position in the 10-day range. So you could, well, if you have my pre-market actors up and down, if you use mine, one of the columns is the position in the 10-day range. You could sort on that. So I can tell right now, Nielsen and LSN, you can tell right now it's gapped down below the 10-day range. ECVT, GCI, BAL, BAL, L. So that's a way you could use just a top list window in the pre-market and sort on the position in 10-day range and see which ones are below or above. Yeti is getting thumped, guys. Yeah, Yeti is getting thumped here on earnings. Pretty good products. I have one of their products. Now getting into maybe a support area. Look at that daily chart, $44, maybe a support area. I think oil D you can use if you're looking for, Phil, if you're looking for something that, if you're trying to buy something with oil going down, I think oil D is one that I'm seeing all the time. I'm sure there are others, as UCO, of course, is the other one. Bulls is the other one, but that's if oil is moving higher. Whoa, yeah, look at coin. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, what a recovery for coin. All right, let's take a look at the sector status. I'm going to click on the dock channel bar. I'm going to go to sector status and see What is shaking this morning? So we've got kind of a neutral open right now. SPY's down just a little bit. So I'm going to go to our sector status. Again, I haven't looked at the price of oil, what happened. So obviously oil is a little bit weak this morning. So what you're seeing here, if you're new to all this, these are the major ETF or the major sectors. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. So when you see 80.95% in red, that means that 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close as we speak. Okay. So is there a strong sector? Well, you could technology, I mean, 60% are up. I wouldn't call that strong. Communications, 83% of them are up from yesterday's close. Financials about 50-50. But right now it was interesting yesterday because what we saw yesterday, I think we saw most of the energy stocks were up when we did this little exercise about 10 minutes before the market opened. Once the market opened, though, then we're going to take a look, have a different picture of this. We're going to look at the change from the open. And we found that most of the energy stocks, once the market opened, were drifting down. So for my friend Omni can remember or remind me at around 10 o'clock, we'll look at the change from the open and it'll give you a different picture. But right now, energy looks weak. Communications are strong. Retail is kind of 50-50. Well, this is obviously going to help the trade of the week, guys. Let's take a look at what Bitcoin is doing, BITO. Wow, actually not. So this is, okay, but I thought maybe Riot would be moving. What's Riot doing? Yeah, I mean, Riot is still, I mean, the trigger was 750, so we just have to be very aware of what Bitcoin is doing. But yeah, it's not driving coin at all. Yeah, not at all. Or that is not, yeah. It's just a deal, I guess, with obviously with BlackRock. Anyway, and can't wait to see what sort of nonsense we have today with the low floats, if we have any at all. It's been an astonishing week. 3 days of just mayhem with the low floaters, just going crazy. You mentioned, what was the one you just mentioned before? ENVB. Okay, so I don't think this is a true, I think we're going to see a giant bottoming tail on the SPY right here. I don't think that is going to hold. We're going to see a lot of stocks that look like this. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh yeah, you see, we're going to see a lot of stocks with these big bottoming tails. And this happened right at 9 o'clock or the 9 o'clock 15-minute candle. I'll get it right. The 9:15 at 15-minute candle. Anyway, ENVB, yeah, that was another crazy one yesterday. Look at this action here, but it was the action, well, that's at 3:30 and then 3:45, 1486. So it looks like it, I mean, it is down 10%. That's because of the crazy lift, but look where it came from though, 633. So, I mean, it's still way above that. So let's just see if this has some more action today, ENVB, from the open. Don't want to be on the wrong side of this one right now. Look at coin, holy smokes. Oop, I forgot to do one thing in our YouTube room. Sorry, guys, I forgot to pop out the chat, so I didn't see any of the comments in YouTube. Good morning, YouTubers. Sorry about that. Yeah, so, you get the odd time where it's not a low float situation where something can move 32%. I mean, in a situation like this with coin with 150 million in the float, boy, you don't want to be on the wrong side of this one right now. Monsieur Duprat? Now, guys, the other thing that's, excuse me, starting to happen here is that GME, excuse me, I have it in my watch list, getting closer and closer to that 39.23. So what is magical about 39.23? So that's the price the day before when they did their 1-for-4 forward split. Okay. So if you multiply that by four, 39.23 by four, that is the price it was the day before it did the forward split. So it's finally getting back to that price. Meanwhile, as somebody said APDN, oh, wait a minute, APDN, somebody said they did a financing. Pricing of the $12 million priced at $4 a share. Yeah, so it's above the financing price. So it had to pop down on the news. Wow, got all the way down to 220. Crazy. And now it's right back up over the financing price for APDN. It was a 1-for-4. I call it a 1-for-4 forward split look left. Yes, 1-for-4. So that 39.23 that I've got here is an alert price. Way to get it back to the day before the 1-for-4. All right, guys, we're getting close to this open. I'm going to beat you to it, William. You don't have to help me today. We are 1 minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let's see what happens in our fabulous races. See how many we get. The low floater. They don't have to be low floaters. We're just in that market right now. So all I keep saying is let's try to take advantage of it. It's not going to last in terms of the low floats. We're going crazy. How long it's going to last, I don't know, but we know it's not going to be every single day. But until it stops, let's just keep milking it. ENVB, I'm hearing. ENVB, is it moving higher or is it moving lower? ENVB, no, it's moving lower. Okay. All right, guys, we're now open. Now, Redbox was, yeah, RDBX was active, but it's doing its thing. 441, and then it moves down. Another low float. SOPA, yeah, SOPA's an earning play. SOPA, low float, 15.6 million in the float. A lot of volume. This is going to easily trade the float today. 10 million have traded already. SOPA. All right, guys. Well, Brush is over. BRSH is over. I might get back into it. Let's see how well it holds this tree level. Mara. So Mara and okay, look at Riot now, guys. I mean, obviously, I mean, this is just being lifted because of coin. I don't think, as you say, it's got nothing. Boy, Steve is going to be super happy now. Coming up with his trade of the week. Riot and Mara on the move. Why? Baba had good earnings, Denver. So China is being lifted. A lot of the China stocks are being lifted because of Baba's earnings. BABA. Okay, guys, let's see. So Riot and Mara. My scanner is not quiet. Yell, 695. Ooh, 695. This is an earnings play. Yell is an earnings play, guys. Yell is an earnings play, and look at this gap up for Yell. All right, guys. Well, GME is basically back to its price. It's forward split price. This is one that, believe it or not, I may take like a few shares and just tuck it away and see if the memers get really a hold of it again. Ooh, MQ, guys, MQ. I missed it. MQ just getting hammered here. MQ, not quite a lifetime low. Shoot. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. A little bit early, but wow. Look at this thing just get trashed here. It's not an earnings play that I can see, MQ. I don't see that it's an earnings play. Guys, keep an eye on Yell, YELL. It showed up on the 10-day daily breakout. It's showing up here, of course. Of course, there it goes, guys. Yell. It's a little early, but this is spread here, 31 million. So it's not high, but it's not crazy low. But this has the look. The next high is 822 on the weekly chart, so it's definitely got some room. FSR, guys, I wonder if this is an earnings play, FSR. FSR is an earnings play. So another one of those EV plays that have just been hit hard, but FSR is an earnings play. And there goes BCRX, guys, BCRX. Lots of action already through the 200-day moving average. BCRX, FDA lifted the partial clinical hold, plus it's an earnings play. All right, well, here's another one. This is an earnings play. Okay, Western Union, earnings play, getting hammered here. WU, earnings play, getting hit. WU getting hit here on earnings. WU. The next low looking left on the monthly chart is 1530, so it's got a little bit of room, not much. If it ever took that out, look out below for WU. Oh man, look at MQ. I mean, here's the alert, guys. I missed it, but it was a little early, to be honest. I probably wouldn't have taken it. I did miss it. 854, 751 now. Dollar move on that. I usually like to wait about 15 minutes, but ooh, another wild opening here. Okay, GRNQ. So GRNQ, what was their news again? GRNQ, GRNA. I don't know if I have GRNQ. You know, and remember, is this one ripped after hours? All right, I'm watching WU. I want to see if WU holds underneath the 16 level. I wonder what the news is on MQ. I cannot see it as an earnings play. Wow, look at Mara, look at Riot. So happy for Steve. So Steve will be in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And if you think it's easy coming up with one stock, you know, as the trade of the week, well, it isn't. Okay, guys, yell. Yell is on the move here, guys. Yell is on the move. Watching Yell to see if it, I want to see how well this holds the 7 level, and it could just, well, go from here, obviously. The high is 822 on the weekly chart, so it's got room. It's got a dollar, and it's an earnings play, and it's a 10-day daily breakout, so it's got some things going for it. Not a huge float, 32 million, so let's just watch it and see if it holds the 7 level and explodes from there. Kind of like that. Nice little move now. Yell, guys. Yell, yell, yell. I'm yelling at you. And now we just got a halt for MQ. Did it? Okay, it actually bounced. MQ actually bounced. This is a big bounce. Still can't see any news on it. And coin resumed. Hey, MGAM. Well, look at MGAM, guys. MGAM making a move here. This was the IPO a few days ago, got all the way up to 2070. It's Yell, guys. Wow, Yell is starting to. Not saying it's going to get to 822, but I mean that is your next high looking left. I'm not saying it's getting there, but it's got the room. All right, guys, NVIV. Here's your magnet. Or sorry, pre-market 1133. I mean, that could be the magnet. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there, but NVIV just is a new market high, like 930, post 930. Okay, and this is a low float. It's traded 3.5 million, 1.3 million in the float. Shoot, I didn't even realize this. Is this? Oh, got it. You got halted. NVIV is halted. It is halted. Not could halt. Yeah, it did halt at well, right here. I wanted to get in this one. Well, this is the potential open. 830. Look at this. Oh man. Miss. Big miss. All right, guys, here's another one on the 10-day daily breakdown. DXC. It's an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. And APDN has had a wild ride on their financing news. Now it's below the financing price. APDN. All right, Yale, come on. Just give me one more little pop, maybe into the 40s, and I'll get rid of some of you. There's something from Zach and his topping play, 1951 for Dish, DISH. See, this E-fresh is halted. It's gonna be a long halt. Looks like over 10 minutes now. So they've uplisted to New York today. It's just opened. Yes. Okay. I just took some out, guys. I just took out some of the yell. You got the 741. Again, understand, I'm not telling anybody to buy anything, but if you've got some of my scans, of course, you've got the race. There was yell right there, 695. Didn't take it right there, a little early, but it was winning a race also. So I wanted to see how well it would hold 7. To me, it was holding 7 nicely, so pounced. All right, what next? So there's the MGAM. Shoot, I did not get into the DXC short. Look at this. Did not get into it. 2676 was the alert. 2608 right now. Yeah, you mentioned this one as an earnings play. AUPH is an earnings play. No, no. Wow, look at this. Look at this pop for fever. FVRR. I mean, this was down pretty substantially in the pre-market. There's a $10 move. I don't know if you guys saw that. Yeah, to me, it's far enough away. 777 is far enough away, Jamie, for me anyway, on the yell. Okay, guys, BCRX on the move here. On the move. Earnings play plus the partial clinical hold lifted by the FDA. All right, that's it for me and Yale, guys. Hoping we get a little higher, but it's okay. It was a nice, fairly quick trade. To watch it though, want to see if this is just a pullback and then a resumption. So I'm going to stick an alert around 738. Boy, look, I mean, I didn't take, anybody take this one? You got my 10-day daily breakdown. Look at the DXC. Alert was at 2676. It's at 2558 now. There's over $1 move. All right, guys, I'm watching BCRX to see if it regains 14. If it does regain 14, I'll be interested in it. Got up to 1423. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 1401. It's got news plus earnings. So it should be active all day. Do I think Brush is going to move? I have no idea, Cody. No idea. Oh, I typed in your name. No idea if Brush is going to move. Pretty, I actually took this in the pre-market just over 3, got stopped out for about an 8-cent loss, just waiting to see if it takes out 3 again, but I have no idea if it's going to move. All right, NVIV came out of its halt and ripping somewhat. There's your magnet, maybe 1120 in the pre-market. Keep an eye on the BCRX, guys, if it takes over 14 again. I would just stick an alert at that price and see what happens. Yeah, well, it's got the float, of course, and there's another one coming in here, BBIO. Well, I know what it's doing, Cody. I've got it right here. I've got an alert set at 3 for Brush. Speaking of QNRX, it is it's had a choppy morning. I think it's positive again. I think. Just got to be careful on something like the NVIV, with that float, guys. Very, very careful. Right. Big summer storm outside my window. Yeah, actually, I did see the para. It's another scan that I've got. I saw a para. All right, guys, NVIV on the move. Will it take out 9? I guess the answer is yes, it took out 9. So your magnet, again, I call it a magnet. Excuse me. Traders will be looking at this pre-market high and wondering, could it do something around there? Gosh, another low floater that just gone crazy. right at the top here. See how it moved right to the top on the leaderboard of my race? And it just got halted. Guy just got halted. Boy, yellow's ugly now. Big staff is an earnings play. I'm wrong. It is not an earnings play, STAF, but guess what? Low float, 1.5 million in the float. Okay, MGAM got halted on the way down, or I'm sorry, yeah, got halted on the way down. All right, let me take a look at Para. I did see Para earlier and some other scan. I can't remember which one, but I did see Para. Is it an earnings play or not? Yeah, it's an earnings play, Para. Yeah, so a nice reversal. You're right. I don't know why, but I'm just sort of fixated on this VCRX a little bit here. Higher lows being placed, put in. News and earnings. It's been a flyer in the past, so where did it get to? We got up to 18 a few months ago, but I've got my alert set just over 14 for BCRX. Oh, boy, another one. 486 is the high in the pre-market for staff, STAF. Yeah, Brush is is testing. Yeah, it is. Still interested in it. It's not been a great IPO though. You know, the IPO price was 4, so it's still below that price. But hey, you'll see what happens here if it holds 3. I might, the pre-market high was 365. Maybe if it gets to that 314 level, I'll nibble again. Come on, yeah, look at this. You're right, 975. So what is it? I've got a Okay, unfortunately, I've got this little bug going on in my, I'm in this development build, and I've got a little bug going on. It's for some reason, it's eliminating my prices in some of my windows. So anyway, I had to add the price. So I don't know what time this was halted. NVIV. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window you see here. Okay, NVIV, okay. Wow, look at this, guys. I hope, oh, man. Okay, guys. Proud owner of brush again. Let's see if I can hold on a little bit longer this time. Thanks, PJ. Yeah, something's happening. It's eliminating my price columns. I had to add it. So when I add something, of course, to an alert window, I don't see the previous alerts. Okay, guys, BCRX now over 14. Let's see if this 14 holds now. Oh my gosh, does it matter? Look at NVIV. Hopefully some of you guys took this. I mean, I know it's hard with that float. And as Zach said, it has a QNRX look to it. No, we're not saying it's going to do that, but boy, I mean, look at this. If it takes out this high right there, I mean, it sounds crazy, but you could take out that high of 1120. All right. And look at the volume. I mean, there's no issue with liquidity, and the spread is okay. I mean, the spread's not terrible. I mean, it's great. Sometimes it widens to 8 cents or so, but it's a penny right now. So no, as Zach says, no reason to sell yet. I think it's going to get halted again. I think it's going to get halted right now. There you go. Wow, and look at the projection. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, guys. I mean, we have to take advantage of this. I don't know how much longer this is going to last. Okay, I'm not talking about this specific stock. Just in general, we're in this low float mania. Got to take advantage of it while it lasts. I've always traded breakouts, Teddy. I've always been a well, always. I mean, for years now, I have been a momentum trader. Not everybody's style, a lot of people would rather take a stock on a pullback. I completely understand that. It's just I can never really figure out a way to do it. The way I that I could figure out momentum plays. So I just kind of picked that was my trading plan. I'm sticking to it. I don't know if I can even do a sector status right now, Omni, but thank you for reminding me. It's just BCRX did not hold. BCRX did not hold. Okay, so I do see the halt on this one at 10:03:38, so 10:05:38. If it's a 5-minute halt, 10:08:38. And here is the projection. I wish it would open right now and take advantage of that 1150. Can't really lose because, I'm in way earlier. All right, brush, go. BRSH. Boy, I tell you, if this takes out four, What do you, your instincts are right on this one. But this takes out four guys. At least it'll be at the IPO price. I think people are fleeing QNRX. Come on, open, open. I want this to open. What time is it now? 6:36. So it seems like an eternity to wait another 2 minutes. So again, what you're seeing here, you don't see the symbol, but this is NVIV, halt at 11:25. These are kind of projections of what might happen once it opens. And if it opens in 5 minutes, it will be opening at 10:08 plus 38 seconds. So we're at 10:07 right now. Again, it seems like, for me, it seems like an eternity because of course this can drift down. It's time and sales, Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Okay, that's all it is. If you have your broker may, I'm sure, must have something similar, but this, can you see what's happening? Come on, open, open, open. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. No, I'm using Pro. The reason being is that we don't link with Lite, so you can't. At least we couldn't. So I'm using Pro. Okay, if this is could be 30 seconds to the open. If it's a 5 minute halt. If it's a 5 minute halt. 38. Okay. Impossible. Okay, 4, 3, 2, open. Okay, took some out, guys. I've taken some out. I'm not going to be crazy about this. I'm in the 8 level, so I'm not going to get crazy about this. But it looks like it still wants to move higher, but whew. And I don't mind the fact I took some out at that 1170 mark, and then now it's 1250. It really doesn't bother me because with that float, it could have dropped $3 too. So, but wow. I'm still not upset. I still have some. So, okay. So if you have the halts resume, so the question is how can I tell when it's going to resume? Typically, they're 5 minute halts. So if you have my halts resume scanner alert window, NVIV was halted at 10:03 plus 38 seconds. So if it's a 5 minute halt, it's going to open at 10:08 plus 38 seconds. And that's exactly what happened. Okay. So that's what I was waiting for. Now, are they always 5 minute halts? I would say 95% of the time they're 5 minute halts. If it's not a 5 minute halt, then usually it's a multiple of five, in which case the next halt could have been 10. Okay. And 10 minutes away. So that's why we have a good idea about when a stock is going to open from a halt. Okay. All about the races, guys. Races, races, races. The racing scan. There's NVIV winning three. So here's Pack B. What is Pack B doing right now? Pack B, another earnings play. You can see, we're in earnings season, and especially a lot of these stocks that most people don't know about, but they have their day. When they release their every 3 months, they're going to have probably their day. Well, you can get races to work pre and after. This one works in after hours. This one will not work in the pre-market because because it has to open, okay? Because it's a change from the open. So this won't work in the pre-market. But for instance, if you use my, I should try it, but I'm not a big pre-market trader, so I don't want to get too, into right here. If you ran races on my pre-market actives, these two scans or the down, if you want to look at the ones moving down, you could run races on these in the pre-market. But this one continues to work after hours. Cursor crosshairs. I think there might. I don't use it because I think it properties. Let me just see. Yeah, you can. Yeah, there was an option to use crosshair sync. I don't like it because what happens is well, let me just show you. I've never liked it. Hmm. I'm not sure what that was doing. I thought it would give me a crosshairs, but what was happening, I found that it was just too disruptive because it's looking at all my timeframes that are linked. But I'm gonna get rid of it. Well, guys, brush, 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 brush. If it takes out four, that's the IPO price. I may add. Well, it might. Once it got over three, it was a nice break over three for the brush. Okay, things have settled down just a little bit. Take a look at what's AWX doing? Another low float? Sure. Plus, it's an earnings play after hours tomorrow. Not that that really matters with these low floaters. Ah, look at brush. Yes. You never have enough of a stock when it's going higher, and you always have too much when it's going down. Old corny cliche. And it's a Canadian company, so there's a bonus for me for brush. Okay, let's take a look at a BEO. Probably not going to get a better play than the NVIV though. I shouldn't say that. We don't know. Something out of nowhere could pop up again. Remember yesterday, KSPN down 19% now. So again, another low floater. That's why these are insanely difficult to try to swing. Yeah, I didn't take the staff, but look at the staff. Staff, SPAF, did not take this one. How did Riot hold up here? Now the coin is starting to drip down. Okay, so Mara and Riot are probably dipping with coin. Okay, well, I still have a piece of this left, and yeah, it got halted on the way down, but it is, if it takes out 12, again, I'm out. But I still have a piece of this NVIV left, but 12 gets me out. Come on, take out 13 again. Why not? Oh, wait a minute. So now the spread is crazy, and that's for the NVIV. You just have to watch it really closely, guys, because of course it could drop sink like a stone. So I'm just watching this action right now, 1246, 1277, 1250, 1270, 1280. I mean, so this is one where I just can't, I have to be staring at it. It's not good enough just to put a price alert because it could just blow right through on the way down for me. So I really have to pay attention. Come on, you're trying. 13, come on. So what you're seeing here, that 18%, what that 18% represents is when the race started 4 minutes ago, this is 18% from where it started, like where it opened, say 4 minutes ago, and it was eight, and it's 18% higher or 14% higher. Okay, guys, that's out now. Completely out of the NVID. Now, for me, you know what? I've got an alert set at 13. Later on in the day, it may take that out, and we'll see what happens. Whew. I'm out of it. I am out of it, yes. And I don't say oot. I'm not Scottish. Just because I don't drag it out like you Americans, like I'm out of it. You probably do. Out, yes. All right, guys. Okay, a little lull in the action for me here. So, Canada, US, we're still pretty good. I don't think there's a, you might want our water. That's about all I can think of. Okay, guys, 10:23. So spend about 10 minutes talking in general about trade ideas. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. Oops, wrong link. I'm going to put the test drive link in. Okay, so I just put a link called Test Drive August 2022. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So the test drive starts on the 15th. So we're getting closer and closer. Today's the 4th, of course. So the test drive starts on August the 15th, which is a Monday, and goes to the 29th, which is a week the following Friday. Okay, so you get 10 full days with Trade Ideas, 10 trading days with Trade Ideas. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll have access to our premium service. The only thing you won't be able to do is auto trade. So I'm going to go over, I mean, and this is what the AI is, or you could not auto trade your own strategies. I'll go over the AI in a bit, but you'll have access to everything except you will not have the ability to auto trade. Okay. But yes, now you must be using our downloadable application as opposed to the web-based version if you want to have access to this window that we call Brokerage Plus. But more importantly, in my opinion, the races. Okay. So you must, and if you have a Mac, then you can use something like Parallels or AWS, a cloud service of some sort. Okay. But if you're using our web-based version, you will not have access to the races. Now, so it starts on the 15th. So if you register today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. Okay. That's all you're doing. You're pre-registering. So you'll not get live data until the 15th. Please read that carefully, okay? So if you sign up today, don't harass our support people saying, hey, where is my data? It doesn't start until the 15th. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription. Now, sorry, so you don't again, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. We only do this 4 times a year. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. If you think you can afford $11.11 for 10 trading days, go for it. Now, just a word about that. These are fixed dates, okay? So if you can only start, say, on the 16th, you're only going to get 9 days. If you can't go to the 29th, you'll get something in between. Oh, NVIV, you're moving higher again. Shoot, I missed that move. Yeah, brush, come on. Yeah, it's not hold. I wanted it to hold at least three. I'm slightly underwater now, but I didn't want to take. I'm trying to hold on to this. My idea with brush was to take more if it got over four. Let's see if it regains three again. Okay, Laura, I can't help you, but I can direct you to somebody who can. If you go to our homepage, okay, Laura, so hope you can hear me. I just typed that in. Go to the homepage. When you click on the homepage link, a little balloon will pop up. Questions and answers. Click on that and then ask and just give them your email address and explain exactly what's happened. And if that's the case that you really haven't, and I don't doubt it, they'll make the adjustment. I don't know why that happened. I do apologize for that though. Okay. So just go to the homepage and ask that question. Make sure you give them the email that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas so they can access your account. Okay. So that's a test drive, guys. So take advantage of it. Now, my homepage. You're welcome, Laura. All right, I just put my homepage link in. Lots of information there. A lot of information is there. Okay, so if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you how much Trade Ideas will cost. Excuse me, we have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the premium annual is 2,000 less the 15%, and the standard is 1,000 less the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which is, had some pretty decent days now this week, especially with, I'm wondering if these are earnings plays, but we'll take a look at them. I'll take a look at the AI in a bit. You don't have to take out an annual subscription, of course. In fact, I wouldn't unless you absolutely know you want the program. Start off with a monthly. Standard premium 118, 228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. At any time, though, if you want to take out an annual, we will honor the 15%. You take out a subscription, first thing you have to do is to get started. Let's get started. Okay, 10 videos take you about 30 minutes. Starts off with the download and installation, the first startup and login. Do that first before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's has been a nice one. Riot. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you find you're not getting them, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotion folders, okay? Or folder. Sometimes they go there for whatever reason. Education, big education section right here. So if you click on the user guide, so the getting started, that's the first thing you have to do. I have no patience for people who say, what's an alert window? Because they obviously haven't done the getting started. Now you want to dive into it a little bit more, about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and the races. These are the three that I would concentrate on. Lots of other information here, of course, but I would concentrate on alert windows, top list windows, and the stock race. If you're going to take this test drive, you want to be prepared. Daily support sessions. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it'll be Steve Gomez, who is the originator of the trades of the week. So we should give him some kudos for this week's. And Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, Monday to Friday. I shut the main room down at 3:30, so you can always head over there and listen to Chris for another hour. Daily webinars. So next week, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. And I think the week after, I think we're done for a couple of weeks because that's when the test drive starts. So we don't usually have webinars during the test drive, but you can sign up for them all here. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading, really recommend this free service, 36-part video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. And last, if you want my scans, here's my scan section. Racing mode, the race mode. This is this race that I constantly talk about right over here. The don't repeat, sorry, the 10-day daily breakouts and down. That's what gave us some of these great shorts at the beginning. You hear me refer to Zach's bouncers and toppers. I have to admit, I cannot pay any attention to those right now. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, and the gap up and gap down works in the pre-market also. So I do have other scans here, but I've said this now. This is my fourth. I'm into my fourth week of almost exclusively using the race scan. So lots of information on my homepage. You want to take a look at my scans. You want all the education, and let's get started. Save my link. Then you can look at all this whenever you want. Okay, give me a moment here. This is not a bad little play, guys. Well, let's take a look. ATUS, it's an earnings play. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, but and listen, eventually we're going to get into only seeing stocks moving 10, 20, 10, 15, 20%. We're going to be out of, unfortunately, at some point, this low float mania. I don't know when that's going to happen, but we're not going to be seeing 5, 10 stocks a day. And we're not going to be seeing 5, 10 stocks a day moving, 100%, 200%. Unfortunately. Nerve. What is Nerve doing? Another low float, 5 million in the float, and it's actually an earnings play. Nerve, NERV. So much happening. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. I showed you I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar. I'm not going to go over this in any great detail, guys. I want to get I'm just missing too many other opportunities. But these are theme-based channels, okay? So for instance, if I look at the momentum channel, so there's nerve as an example. So what this is an example of a scan that we have put together that you could take. So what is it looking for? If I right click on any alert window or top list window and then click on configure and then click on summary, this is going to tell me what the scan is looking for. All right. So for instance, in this scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this point of the day, minimum volume of 100,000 shares, etc. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what TradeIt is really good at, creating events with a trigger, a real-time trigger. In this case, it's a new high of the day. If you like the scan as it is, meaning you don't want to make any changes, maybe make a, change to the price range or something else, then all you have to do is right click, duplicate into a free floating window. What that does is it takes it out of this layout and it's free floating. Now you can right click, save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. So that what I'm really trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels, start extracting scans that you think you might like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and construct a layout based on that. Okay, so you don't have to know how to build any scans if you don't want to. We've created so many different types of scans. Or here's another one, guys, another earnings play, ARIS, getting thrashed right now. So if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. So I'm going to show you this one, right click, configure, and then when you click on search instead of summary, you're going to see all of the real-time alerts that we have. Right at the top here, the new highs of the day, new lows of the day. But we have a lot of real-time alerts. When you see these icons, these are our filter icons. Don't worry, you don't have to learn them all. The reason why we have so many is that when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why we have so many different alerts and filters. We feel that for the majority of our customers, with all the different trading styles there are out there, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. So if you have our premium service, this is what the AI looks like. Okay, this is what I would do to watch it. I would make it super simple. You click on new, and what I would click on, it probably says premium AI / Holly strategy trades window. Okay. Again, I'm on this development version. If this has no bugs that we can find, this will be the version that you'll have for the test drive. But this is the window that you'll see. What I would do is I would just incorporate this as part of your layout. Okay. Because nothing happens until 9:35. You will not get any pre-market alerts from the AI. But if you incorporate this as part of your layout, tomorrow when you open, assuming you open before 9:30 Eastern, this will be blank, and just wait for the alerts to happen. These are the alerts so far today, to short run. I don't know how many people could actually short this SXTC. Usually it's not shortable. Run is probably shortable. And then to go long ZWS. Okay. How you trade these will be up to you. You have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the penny. Don't get hung up on that. And you have a stop. Again, how you trade them will be up to you. Question was, how far left do I look or care to look? Well, if I can't see anything on a daily chart, when I say you can't see anything, so for instance, let's just say ZWS was right up here at 30, okay? So, which is clearing all that. So I'd be looking left and seeing 31.95 as the next high. So I could see the next high in the daily chart. If I can't see anything on the daily chart, then I take a look at the weekly chart. If some reason I couldn't see anything on the weekly chart, in other words, this is driving me crazy because this FRGE is probably just ripping here. Is it a low float? It's not a low float, but it's ripping. So this is, guys, I mean, this is interesting. If this float information is correct, here's one that's moved 55%, even though it's got 100 million in the float, which is pretty astonishing. I don't know what the just a minute, please. So for instance, Teddy, when I look at FRGE, okay, I'll look left on the daily chart to start. I'll look left to find where the next high is. If I can't see anything, and when I say that, what that means is, come on, box, leave. Seems to take a long time to fade. So if all of this were underneath this current price, then when I'm looking left, I can't see a next high looking left on a daily chart. Then I look on the weekly chart. And if I can't see anything on the weekly chart, then I look on the monthly chart. Okay. How far left? I mean, listen, if I saw the next high 5 years ago, I wouldn't care. Even if 2 years ago, I probably wouldn't care. But again, that's me. All right, I'm just going to quickly put this Brokerage Plus link in here. So I put a link called Brokerage Plus in. If you click on the link, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it'll show you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? And again, only available, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this feature. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us, okay? The second video, a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window. And yes, this will be available during the test drive, okay? The big thing, how I like to demonstrate its use though, is as a simulator. I know I nag everybody who's maybe been in the room many years, few years. But if you're new to trading, please practice trading first. You've got to practice first before you commit money to the market. And so you can use our simulator. This is what you would see. Disconnect. So first of all, to load this Brokerage Plus window, click on New, and somewhere it's, just find Brokerage Plus. I don't know where it's going to be on your list, but all you have to do is just click on Brokerage Plus, and then it will load. And you may have different columns for me, but that's okay. It'll say not connected. So all you have to do is click on the simulation, and that'll turn into account eventually. When it turns to account, click on it, and then click on the simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. What you're seeing here is Sophie, in which I was demonstrating how to use the simulator yesterday. And it was actually saying, if you don't get out of a trade, then it'll carry forward to the next day. And that's what's happened with the Sophie. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just flatten it. but it's very simple to use. You just click on an alert anywhere. The symbol will show up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. If you want to go in at the market, if the spread is okay, or you pick a limit, a certain price you want to get in at, fine. And then you click the buy button and then send. I just want to show you how, the mechanics of it. Let's do brush. This is fun. We'll do brush, okay? BRSH. So let's take 500 shares. Bid ask, 310, 313, not the worst. So I'm going to click buy and send. So now in the simulator right here, okay? So again, if I don't get out of this at the end of the day, this becomes a swing trade. And for how long? Who knows? Well, who knows? That's up to you. I shouldn't say who knows. I mean, it'll be up to you. So practice trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. And our recommendation, and you're not going to like this, is, spend 3 months practicing at least. Now let's talk about the races, okay? Now, even though I'm sharing a lot of scans and you'll see a lot of scans that we've created, I'm going to tell you, if you're new, and even if you're not new, I'm trying to convince people. I mean, I've convinced myself. I'm 4 weeks into this now. This is basically all I look at now. Yes, I do have the 10-day daily breakout. Doesn't give me, I mean, today actually on the breakout, it's giving me, there have been a few more alerts than are normal. But if I had to, this would be, and most of the things I'm going to see in this 10-day daily breakout are probably going to be here anyway. The only thing that's not here are the breakdowns. These are short opportunities, okay? So I am, 98% watching this all day long. Why would I do that? Well, first of all, this is what this race is based on, the biggest gainers from the open, okay? And this is just a top list window, very simple. And I'm sharing this. I am sharing this race. All right. This is all the top list is looking at. I'm looking at stocks between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares, and I want the stock to be up from. I want it to be in positive territory. So 2% from yesterday's close. So nothing fancy. So I run my race on this. So what does it mean? I'm running 4-minute races. Now, people have asked me, well, why 4 minutes? And there's no magic to it. I could run 3-minute races, I suppose, or a 5-minute race. I just pick four. Of course, you have the opportunity to run a race for as long or short as you want. I've just picked four. So you notice this race is almost coming to an end. When this race is over, another one will begin almost immediately. And so what happens all day long is that when this race is over, all these stocks in my top list that meet these filter requirements start at the same point. Okay, right? And then the race starts, and then let's get this race beginning. When the race starts, the stock that is starting to move up the most will start to float to the top. Okay, you'll start to see a stock that is really starting to run will start to move up to the top of the leaderboard. You see, with a top list window, you can't tell what is really moving. Okay, I've sorted this on the change from the open. FRGE, is the top one right now at 68%, now 69%. But it'd be crazy if I had to stare at this window, at this scan, to see what is moving right now. Okay, it's because something could be moving down here. MGM at 9.5% from the open could be now at 10, 11, 15, 16. I would never see it. Okay, I mean, if I was good enough, maybe I could see MGM moving up, but why do that? So what the race is doing for you, it's showing you the stocks relative to every other stock. Remember, they're all starting at the same point. What is moving the most right now? Okay, so no, I mean the FRGE. I mean the FRGE continues to move, and when a race is over, the winner at the end of the day, you're going to see the stocks that won the most races. I've ranked this 1 through 10. Well, the software has done it, so it's telling me in the number one position, NVIV won 5 races so far today. FRGE has won 3 races so far today, and probably is going to win this race. Okay, I mean it's got a at 13.9 in the next. Its competitor is at 4, so more than likely this is going to win this race also. Why this is important is because if you're new to trading, and even if you're not new to trading, this gives you a wonderful watch list for the day. Just follow these stocks, and you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race. If you start to see something that stock that is starting to move up the leaderboard, click on it. You don't have to wait until the end. Okay, like right now, you wouldn't have to wait until the end. I'm not in this. I mean, I'm ticked off I'm not in it, but that's just the reality. So, does it mean just because a stock is winning a race that you just immediately take the trade? No. Okay. This is why you've got to practice. But what it allows you to do is focus on one window all day long and just a series, no more than probably 10 stocks all day long. And you see the advantage of that. Instead of having, 10 alert windows and 14 topless windows and clicking like mad on things all day long, just focus on the one window and start to understand, well, okay, I see this one is starting to move up. GERN moving up. What does it look like? Well, that's when I start to do my looking left. What do I see on a daily chart? I don't see anything. Okay, I mean, here it's at 2:30. When I look, I don't see anything. So now I look at a weekly chart. I don't see anything. In other words, I don't see the next high. Now I'll look at a monthly chart. And the next high looks like it's 223. No, no, it looks like, so that looks like that's 236. Now that is over a year ago. Yeah, that's February of last year. So I mean, could that stall it? Maybe. But can you not see though with this GERN, if it could ever really break out at this 240 level, I mean, look how much room it's got. Okay, so this becomes some kind of a candidate to watch for a while. I mean, can you not see if you look at this monthly chart? I mean, the next high is 240, and that's back in 2020. If it can clear 240, and I'm not saying it's going to, but then the next high is way up here at 7. The competitors, yeah. So if you go the single stock window, one of the what have they done to me here? Well, it used to be in this drop down. So where the heck is it now? Details, news, and profile. Well, for you guys, you should be able that little drop down. One of the options should be competitors. But I'm in this development one, so let me just do something here. I want to open up a new single stock window. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Give me a moment, please, guys. My headset just died on me, so just give me a moment. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to change my headset. Okay, just let me open up a single stock window. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, the competitors are there, but you see, competitors. I think competitors now is, I think they maybe rolled it into price action and, well, there is competitors right there. So in my single stock window, if you, that little drop down, it should say competitors. They used to have similar also. So I don't know. I don't know right now because I'm on this development build. I'm not sure what has happened here and why I can't see the other one here, that other tab here. Yeah, don't know. Can't help you. Sorry. Maybe go to our support, not me in support, but the other one because yeah, like I'm missing. I mean, when I have that single stock window up, I mean, I see competitors right there, and I don't have it here, so I don't know what's going on. All right, guys. Let's see. 11 o'clock now. So I'm just checking to see what is happening with some of the, now the other thing to do, of course, is you can click on something that may not be moving anymore, but you can look at Yell as an example. And you could say to yourself, okay, Yell looks like it finally found a bottom down here at 6. And if you thought that maybe if it took out 672, the high of that 15-minute candle, maybe that'll get it running again. Maybe. So in conjunction with the price alert window, just stick a price alert there. So you are finding it, in the race scan, you're finding it, and then you use the price alert window to let you know at a certain level where you might be interested. Maybe you put, and that's the VWAP also, isn't it? That's just about, yeah. So that's the VWAP. So, if you're a VWAP type player, you can say, okay, I'll put an alert at the VWAP and see what happens there as an example. Brush is starting to, tick me off. I was going to say something else, but it's starting to tick me off. Well, you know what? Look, Lef, you're probably right. Yeah, you were right. I just thought the reason I don't see competitors is because I took it out of the single stock window. Yeah, you're completely right. So I can do this. Well, I have to have it in a dock, but yeah, you are completely right. So that would have been a tab, but what I did is I basically moved it out so I could see it on its own. Okay, guys, 11:02. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm having some technical difficulties, okay? Just give me a moment. I'm going to put myself on pause for a bit here. All right, guys, I'm back. Look at ENVB, guys. ENVB from yesterday. This is and actually there's a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for ENVB. Terrible spread, sorry, terrible spread. 11:17, 11:48. Terrible spread. Earnings play, LFLY? No, not an earnings play, but just getting hammered here. This is a cannabis play, right? Yeah, cannabis play. Tupperware on its way again. So Tupperware, wow, Tupperware this morning. This had a tremendous day on earnings. Got up to 11.94. Sorry, that was yesterday, and now it's starting to trying to get back over 10 again, and that is Tupperware TUP. Okay, so Nerve has earnings next week, or I'm sorry, the 8th. Well, I guess next week. Yeah, the next week on the 8th. And not that that's affecting it right now. Another low float, 5 million in the float. Well, you know what? That spread didn't matter for ENVB, but it is whippy. My goodness, look at that. It got up to 12.13 and there's a $1 drop. That's why you got to be so careful. This is one of the lowest floats you're going to see. Whether that is actually 899,000, but whatever it is, it's going to be very low. Remember I was looking at this PAGS yesterday, PAGS, and I mean, I was watching this one like a hawk, waiting to see if it could take out that 1230 level. Didn't do it yesterday, but look at this now, 1396. And the reason I was interested is because when we look left on the weekly chart, it's got a ton of room. Look at this, PAGS. It's got a ton of room. 1739 is the next high. Any news on PAGS? Let's see, surpasses. No, they have earnings coming up. I don't see any specific news on it right now. It does have earnings coming up. That's all I can. Not shortable for me. GRNA. This looks awful now on that break. And look left. I mean, look how much room. 257. I just don't have some kind of a deal they're doing with Samsung and mRNA. Samsung. So I don't know exactly what it all means, but they did have some news on that. But it's really start. I mean, it's still up 44%. Uh, uh, I just missed my entry in the QNRX. I bet you it's going to get halted right now. I bet you it's going to get halted right now. Just getting set to place my order at 17. I think it was 1760 or something. No, it's not halted. Ah, oh well. Was placing it because of this, it was winning a race. And now it's come right back down. But this, I mean, it's going to be wild again, guys. QNRX are going to be wild again. I don't recall it having 651,000 in the float yesterday. No, it's hard to hear that, Todd, in terms of losing most in the pre-market. Yeah, I don't trade the pre-market very often. Ah, this is going to drive me crazy, I think. QNRX, I mean, I can't believe it's not halted right now. I'm looking at the bid ask, 1948, 19, there it is. I knew. I remember what? I'm not on that list. No, they, sure, I wouldn't pass the physical. Yeah, there's CNET, 93 cents. Well, haven't seen one. Let's see, we saw a couple earlier this week that broke under a dollar and then soared once it got to a dollar. Well, if you forgot, I've really forgot. All right, guys, ENVB. I mean, another crazy, crazy low float situation. It breaks through 12 again. Got up to what, 14, 15 yesterday? That's all traders are looking at right now. Is that high of yesterday, 15? Oh man, I wish I were in that QNRX. This is going to probably get over 20 when it gets out of its halt. Here's another one, guys. Haven't seen this one. It just got halted or unhalted, I guess. OG just resumed. Another, actually, it's not a crazy low float. Yeah, I know. This is my. I'm kind of like Zach on this one. Okay, either 0 or 100. I mean, not 100, but with the brush. And there goes the OG guys. My goodness. I mean, this is not a crazy low float, but 32 million, 193%. He's got to try to take advantage of these things while we're in this market. Yeah, HKD now looks like it is totally toast now. I mean, it's halted on the way down. I really haven't followed this one at all. After, well, not yesterday. The other one, the AMTD, completely was giving it up in the pre-market. Yeah. All right, ENVB on the move here. Got to be careful. I mean, it's a terrible spread. Yeah, and also, I mean, this is just not shortable for me, unfortunately, because look at these topping tails now for ENVB. Remember what it means. Buyers had it up to a certain price, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again, sellers knocked it down. This is a very wild one, though, with that float. You know, guys, this one has just been inching up and up and up and up and up every single day, it seems. BBWI is not right now, not, but I've been following this one since 26, you know, and I kept thinking, well, this is Bath and Body Works and Bed Bath and Beyond is just tanked, but this one, I mean, this has just been a nice steady run, and it has earnings on the 17th. I was going to keep mentioning this every single day, a potential swing, but I just couldn't get my head around it, thinking that, well, why is this moving like this? And Bed Bath and Beyond is just absolutely sick. QH, I don't think I see QH. Is that under? Oh, it's under a dollar. Okay. All right, NVIV, it's had that pullback, 2 bar pullback on the 15-minute chart. This could get rocking again, guys. I mean, what did it get up to? 14? It could get rocking again. All right, guys. Excuse me, GRNQ on the move here. Low float. What sort of room does it have? The next high looking left is 270. Ah, oh no, I missed it. Missed it. My entry. It just ran too quickly. I'm not going to chase it. I'm not chasing it. But if it takes out three, this is definitely not trading 101 though. All right, let's take a look at the weekly chart. What could it do? 332, the next high looking left on the weekly chart. What was the news again on this one? GRNQ. I think there was some news on this one. It's halted though now, right? Yeah, it's halted. Man. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. The only news? Low float, 4.5 million in the float. Boy, that's frustrating. Yeah, I mean, it just ran too much. Okay. Just give me a moment here. Watching this NVID like a hawk right now. Okay, well, I'm glad I held off. Wow, I'm very glad I held off. I was waiting to see how well it held over 12. It was right up here at around that 1220 mark. It's now dropped down underneath 12. What I'll do is I'll put an alert around 1219 and see if it gets back up there and holds it and then runs. Because it got up to 14 or so. Okay, well, risky guys, risky, risky, risky. Need that spread to catch up. Yes, I'm not talking. I'm not talking. You're come on, take out, go. Okay, guys, that knocked me out of the NVIV. I'll look at it maybe a little bit later, but I got stopped out of the NVIV. Well, at least brush is over 3 again. Well, QNRX, wow. I mean, it is still alive, guys. QNRX is still alive. I'm just watching NVIV one more time over 1220 or so, see if it starts catching up to that QNRX as a kind of a sympathy play. Boy, it's spready. It's just yeah. GRNQ just what did it just come out? Or it just resumed, didn't it? GRNQ just resumed. Insane. Yeah. So I thought you said it was looked like it was going to open lower, and it did. Ah, that was classic. There was my entry, 301. There was my entry. If I'm watching it, I was paying too much attention to the NVIV. You see if it got back over 12 again. Too much going on. Even though I'm just concentrating on the races, I mean there is just so much happening. Low float. China, Hong Kong. I need a break. I need a break. I mean, this is so. This is tiring. Yeah, so my entry, this is how I try to play the halts and the resume. So I wasn't, unfortunately I was watching the NVIV too much, but it got halted at 301. It actually dipped down below when it came on the halt. And then when it came back over 301, that is the only way I usually play halts and resumes. And that would have worked very nicely. Well, at least brush is back over three. Okay, at least that's over three. Now Nerve is on the way, guys. NERV, another one just going crazy. Another low floater, 5 million in the float. Took out the high now, high of the day, I should say. I just don't want to lose sight of NVIV in case it explodes. So I'll have my alert set up just over 12 and see if it takes that out again. Deep breaths. Okay, deep breaths. Neg. Yeah, I haven't seen that's another low floater, isn't it? NEGG. Haven't seen that one for a long time. NEGG. Yeah, another. Yeah, well, fairly low. I mean, 12 million seems like a high float now. PT 132. Are you a low float? Yeah, another low float, another China stock, low float China stock. 140 got up to 140, pulled right back down. What are the data exchange fees for what, Ryro? For trade ideas? It's all included in the price, if that's what you mean. Oh, it's all included in the price. Okay, nobody's allowed to talk about GRNQ. Okay, you can't talk about it. Well, let's take a look left just for fun. I mean, I'm not in it obviously, but $4. $4 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. Okay, NVIV over 12 again. Maybe that'll do something for me here. Yeah, you're teasing me. Remember, I've got the band control. Yes. Yes, yes. All right, guys. All right. I did it again, and I finally, okay, I got on the right side of the NVIV, and I've taken some off, and I don't know where it's going, but at least I got on the right side of a trade. Well, not that I was on the wrong side, it's just that I didn't get into these trades, but I persisted on the NVIV. Whew. But I'm not, yeah, I mean, spread is off. Are you talking, if you're talking NVIV, spread is awful, but I've taken some off now, so I can breathe a little more easily. Not because I was down so much, it's just that I wasn't in these high flyers and it was ticking me off. Okay. And see, it's all a matter of, it's on the race. This is one that I never ever would have seen. I never would have seen because, excuse me, again, because all of my previous alert windows, it had to take out the high of the day. Okay, so the high of the day is at 1375. I would never have seen that until it hit 1375, which of course is crazy. But because it was on the top of my leaderboard, this is something I wanted to follow. So I kept, I did lose a little bit the first time when it went, I took it over 12 and it went down below 12, but I kind of persisted and did okay. It got up to 1287. No, I don't, I've got a little bit left. If it goes back down to 12, I'll get out of it again, but I've done okay now. And that's just a matter of following the ones that are winning, that have won races, and just following them all day long. I mean, that's not an easy one. Don't get me wrong. It's not an easy one. Whew, what time is it? 11:41. I've got about 20 minutes left. I really need a break. Now, you guys have been talking about the NNIV. I know Shady was NNIV. No, it's something else. It's not NNIV. I know it's something very similar. What it is? What is it, guys? I don't think it's one to race up here, so I can't click on it. Oh, you're talking NVIV. Oh, I see. There is another one though that people are following that starts with an N also. NNVC. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you. Oh, I see. Okay. So, well, I mean, this is basing here. I guess. I guess if it, if what I do is I probably put an alert at around 3 and see if it takes it out later on. It's a nice base. Hmm. Steve, hurry up. Take me out of here. I am, this has been a nerve-wracking day for me. Really, it has been. Not, with the missed opportunities. Because again, I know I keep nagging at this, but this is not going to persist. All these low float mania stocks, they're not going to persist. And also, I mean, even a stock like GRBK, 45 million in the float, it's up 13%. Probably, and why? Because it's an earnings play. So I mean, we're in earnings season. So I mean, they're not all going to be 100, 200, 300% winners. But something like this is great in normal times. 13%. Russia's been just a real interesting one, to say the least. Again, yeah, this is my wild card, just like Zach said. Uh, you know, hold on to 0 or 100. Kind of joking. It's right now back where I bought it, so I did not scalp it out. I was really thinking, if it can get over 4, that's the IPO price, and hold. I mean, it's a long shot now to do it, but hey, it's the IPO from yesterday. Harris, good morning. Well, I paid them well to say nice things about me, but haha. But well, thank you though. Is my screen stuck? So what you should do, small steps, is do a refresh. Okay, my screen is not stuck. I mean, it may be stuck on your end, but it is not stuck. So just do a refresh. Okay, see if that unsticks it. All right, guys. 11:45. I mean, I honestly feel like I've been through the ringer on this. So I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Okay, so no more NVIV. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an alert at the high of the day, believe it or not. 1370. I'm going to put an alert way up here and see, number one, towards at any point during the day, does it just start to rip right through that with that float? Because there's really not a lot of resistance. No, I guess if I look at the weekly chart, that's where it got to. Over here, in January of this year, that's kind of where it got to, and that's where it kind of stalled. I look at the high of that weekly chart. If it takes that out, though, I mean, I don't know where it's going. So at this point, guys, I am in absolutely nothing except for this little brush just to see. It's basically where I bought it, the BRSH, the IPO from yesterday, just as a bit of a wild card. I haven't even looked at the market. I haven't had a clue what the market is doing. So NAS is down a little, Dow's down a little, SPY's down a little. I haven't been looking at the market at all because it really hasn't affected all the things that we do. Well, we do in this window here anyway. All these low floaters, they don't really care. Excuse me, they don't really care what the market's doing. Okay, guys, so in about 10 minutes, I'll be taking my break. And, if you go over to the YouTube room, please, give Steve a lot of credit for picking Riot as this week's trade of the week. I know I say this all the time, but I mean, to try to come up with one stock to be the trade of the week is not easy, so he deserves a lot of credit and he's right more times than not. Sometimes they don't trigger. If you get the email, you'll see that there's a trigger price. I think a couple of weeks ago, there was, I don't think that it triggered. In other words, it never hit the price that it was live at. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the YouTube link in. What time is it now? Yeah, 11:49. So I'll put the YouTube link in. And again, Steve will be there in about 10 minutes. And that's when I take my break. I'll take a break between 12 and 1. It's not really a break. It's not really a break. What it is it's a rest from the mic a bit, but it's not really a break. I got to have a video to do and then a bunch of other stuff. I just mentioned this Green Brick Partners, GRBK, not a low float. Don't all have to be, but it's a nice move again. Nice move again, GRBK. You guys in our YouTube room, Mike, etc., have been talking about SOPA for it seems like forever. SOPA. So it appears to be an earnings play. We have it on the 8th, but it appears to be an earnings play, and it's a relatively low float. 50, I mean, 15 million is a low float, guys, but we're getting used to these 1 and 2 million floaters. So yeah, I mean, I'll stick an alert at 3, see if it takes it out later on in the day. You never know. And of course, in the afternoon is when we can really see some interesting moves from in the racing scan. Okay, something that is just we haven't seen all day. All of a sudden, because remember, it's being generated from a top list, and it's very very few alert or very few filters between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from the close. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, a stock can just start to move, on the change from the open. And so we've seen it time and again over the last almost 4 weeks now since I've been running almost exclusively this scan as the one I watch, that all of a sudden something shows up, which I never would have seen before without this scan. The reason being is, how can I see something that is moving down from down here all of a sudden is moving up? I never would have seen it. And, I could have seen it in an alert window where it was maybe making new high after new high, but what if it wasn't a new high for the day? What if it was not a new high for the day? Okay. What if it was something that had dropped and now it's a little bit above the open or the close because it has to be, but it's still way below the high of the day. And all of a sudden it starts to move. I mean, there is nothing better than this. Yeah, Jamie, all you have to do is go to my homepage in our YouTube room asking me a link for the race. So yeah, go to my homepage, okay? And when you click on my link, just click on my link and then go to the scan section. Click here, scan section, and there it is. There is the race mode, and that is what it would look like. Now, you starting right now, you're not going to see, of course, the ones that were won the most at the beginning of the day, but oh, look at NVIV. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, but it still looks interesting. Which scanner was that, Iris? Are you talking about the race mode? I don't know what scanner that was. I've been talking about the race mode. You mean the 10-day daily breakdown and up? This one? That's how. Oh, no, 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 no. You're talking about there's no point in sharing it. I mean, all you have to do is load my race. Okay, load my race, and then this is what it's based on. And if you want to see it, you just right click and open the top list. Open the top list. So if you've got my race, so download the race, and then all you have to do is in the window, right click, open the top list, and then this will be it. Okay, it makes sense. I don't have this shared. I mean, I don't. No, there's really no point in sharing it in theory because it's just what the race is based on. So again, do you have my race? If you have my race, so I'm waiting for a yes. Hopefully you'll say yes. And I'm talking to Iris in our YouTube room. Okay, well, get my race. Okay, go to my homepage and get my race. And then when you have my race, just right click on it and then open top list. And then you'll see it. You'll see the top list that it's based on. Okay. I mean, this top list is somewhat irrelevant. All I care about is what is moving on the top list. That's what the race is doing. It's just telling me in this top list what is moving. This is a real crazy one too, guys. It's QRTEB. Probably yeah. Look at that spread: 1488, 1523. All right, guys. It's 11:57. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be on mute very soon, and actually, it should say on a break. Sorry. All right, so I'll put the YouTube link in again. Steve will be there very soon. It's 11:58 right now, so he should be there very soon. I'm just waiting for him to pop into the room. The NVIV is still hanging in there. I'm watching the other ones. I'm not in it anymore, but it's still kind of interesting. The NVIV is hanging in there. The QNRX is just, tanking now. And it might be that, everybody's fleeing that one. And the NVIV, I mean, there he is. Hope you can hear me, Steve.
Hey, now you know what?
Oh,
It's me today, Barry.
what?
We're flip
What?
flopping on you.
You can't do that because I'm building Steve up so hugely because of his riot call.
Oh
Okay, that's
yeah.
okay.
Let me share
Yeah.
my screen here. How's it been going?
Okay. Oh, I'm exhausted. All
Oh,
these low floaters.
always.
I'm more exhausted for missing some of them. Okay, because I've been, some of them are just flying out of my reach. So, but I
Oh
finally
yeah.
got one near the end, so I feel a lot better. But yeah, that's the exhausting point, watching them all fly and not getting them.
Oh, I
But
know. I hear you. I hear you. Unfortunately, I got a different game I have to play in the first few hours, trying to find good stuff for the eye. I'm really liking this Netflix. I think it has so much potential. I was disappointed. The only thing, the market's just kind of tired. But man, I love that pattern right there, moving up and then flagging like that
yeah,
with it. Yeah,
yeah, I'm just
still,
looking.
it
I'm
still
just
may
loading
go.
it now
Yeah,
because the monthly high is 230 that I'm looking at.
yeah.
That's last month, and boy, if it ever takes
I could
that
see
out,
a
I mean.
quick move to 250. Yeah, easy.
Well, even 400. I mean, I'm not saying a
Well,
quick
that
move,
too.
but
Yeah, getting
it's
to the
that
gap.
400
Oh yeah.
on the monthly chart. Yeah, that's
Yep.
yeah, interesting.
No. Hmm.
And the earnings behind us, so you don't have to worry about that. Hmm. Well, listen,
All right.
I'm going to take off. Okay. If you
All
don't
right, buddy.
mind.
You
Okay,
deserve it. All right.
I
We'll
do.
talk to
I
you later.
actually do. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, buddy. Bye bye. Hey guys, this is I know a lot of you think it is Steve because typically this is Steve's day, but I do have a couple of meetings tomorrow around the same time as my webinar. So Steve was nice enough to switch with me. So yes, you're going to have Andy today. Hope I don't disappoint. And yeah, the market, it just feels. Here's the problem we're running into, and this is why I thinned out of a lot of stuff today. We're getting up here to some major pivot level in the spies, and you can see it goes all the way back to March, early March. So I think what you're seeing is a lot of people who has participated in this nice move we've had over the last month cannot help but start taking profits. uh but I thought we'd have one more one more one more push up to this level. Typically, charts, they tend to want to fulfill their destiny, and I think they have a destiny with this 417 level. We will see. But uh I'm in this brush. I'm actually in my account. I bought it later on in my from 304 in my brush this morning, put a bid in and got hit, but just kind of petering out. I may be dumping it here pretty quick. As a matter of fact, it's trying to break the uh let me do something here. Bear with me, guys. Sorry. I am no longer liking that, so I may just take a little cheap loser here. Yeah, I'm out of that thing. I just I don't want to deal with something like this during my webinar. Rajiv, how you doing? Jim, hi. Iris, how is everybody doing today? uh Yeah, market's getting tired, but still being kind of stubborn here. The SPY is just barely down on the day, just popped above their 10 period moving average on the daily. Yeah, Steve will be back tomorrow. All right. Uh let's go over kind of what I did just add run. I like the way this is setting up, but just these gappers lately, they seem like they get these pretty big gap ups and they just can't hold them. But anyway, there's a lot I like about this daily chart. Especially if it can hold the 200. It is back above all of its major averages today. I have not bought this one yet, but I did just put it in the eye because I think it's one you got to keep an eye on. No pun intended. Actually, pun intended. Uh, but anyway, yeah, I like that daily as long as it can hold that 200. But we'll see. Uh yeah, it's like I said, there's so much I like about that chart. After earnings, you had a gap up, you moved higher, and now you've been just perfect little flag there pattern above its 10 period moving average. Now, I would like to see it close. That's probably a close below that 10 period moving average. I'll probably be gone. I like DQ. I've been sitting in. I've had this for a few days now. I did sell half this morning, going to highs right now. They had what I thought was incredible earnings on this date, but what happened is the TAN sector, because of SCDG that day, was so weak that just this was getting hit with it. So I really like this one right here, but I did sell half this morning, still in half. JKS, I sold half this morning on that push up as well. Soul has been probably my best trading stock of the year. I've been hitting this really sweet. I bought it on this day right here. This, for some reason, I don't know what's going on. Soul has always underperformed the China uh, solar stocks and the American solar stocks, but for some reason, I don't know what's gotten into it over the last week or last 7, 8 trading days, but it is showing some really healthy signs here. And I think if it can, get up here, I mean, I can see it easily moving to this $8 range. So that's one I'm in. I got a good price on this. I bought it at 616 on this drive down day, and it had a nice bounce back. But yeah, been a lot of buyers in this SOL lately. Hi, Perfect Circle. How you doing? I just had to look at the calendar. I was excited. Maybe it was. No, no. I wish it was Friday too, but just Thursday. But hey, that means we have 1.5 more trading days. So that's if you like to trade, SOS has kind of been. I mentioned this in a couple of my webinars, and I was buying it. I got a 463 average on this thing. Uh, I did sell half of my position just because it doesn't look like much on a chart, but it was a huge percentage gain. But I'm still in half of that one. This one I think has potential as long as they can keep their NYSE credentials. That's what this volume was a while back. Hoping that volume will return, but not yet so far. In Under Armour, I bought uh, off of earnings yesterday. It was holding above, but some stupid analyst from Baird came out and downgraded. Don't you love it when uh, analyst downgrades a stock after an 80% correction? It's always fun. Uh, yeah, that run, like I said, there's a lot of stuff I like about that, and that was just added to the eye. I think probably I didn't see what price it was. Probably on this 5 minute break right there, so probably about 93 or something like that. But as far as the ones I like the best, that Netflix pattern to me, but it can be pretty sloppy. These big freightliner stocks, man. With a lot of shares, 473. That's not too many, but it can still have some move once it gets going. I'm barely up in this. I got around 226 average in my account. Pins I bought after earnings had a great takeoff this morning. I like that pattern. Just been sitting in it. And Bobby, I just kind of bought for possible short squeeze. I did sell some this morning though. All right, let's look at some races. Let's look at, you guys are always looking at those pissant stocks in Barry in Barry's room. Let's look at some big cap winners right here. This is a big cap race that I got going on, and let's see. BCRX looking like it may want to go back to highs there, taking off in my race. Look at this race, the old-fashioned cars. I kind of like the cars for some reason. To me, it's just kind of cleaner, but we may be taking them off. I'm not sure. Tags. I did forget to talk about Lee. This is one I've been in. I bought back. Been in for a while now. Bought it back on this 50 period moving average. You can see my price around 32.89, and I did sell some of that this morning. Anytime the market gets extended like this, I'm kind of quick to take half my profits off really quick. Kind of like this RIVN. I've already taken actually 3/4 of this off because I had a good move yesterday and today. And there's a Netflix alert. Let's see if it can get going here. Boy, I'm tempted to buy that run. I just hate buying when the market's this extended. Wolf says EPAM. Good question, Teddy. Take a look at EPAM. Why I answer Teddy's question there. Yeah, it looks like it may want to go to highs there. Okay, good question, Peter. Okay, so take a look at the spies. All right, when I buy like right here, maybe on this right here on this pullback, and then took it out. Okay, I may be going in with intentions, to get pretty heavy, and I know I'm kind of early, so I may be intended to let that run a little bit more. Well, now look what's happened is look what we've done in the last about 3 weeks here. We've gone from 370, a little bit below from in the spiders to all the way to 412. That doesn't mean we can't keep going higher. By no means. I'm not shorting anything right now, that's for sure. But at the same time, looking at the overall market, we're still in a downtrend. Even though we're back above a lot of moving average, this is considered a downtrend from the beginning of the year. Okay. So maybe we want to go up here and test this downtrend. That should be at the time we meet it, maybe around I don't know why that thing's not extending. That trend line should be extending. Anyway, let's say it's around 425. Maybe we want to go up to that level, go to the trend line. It's possible. But for me, okay, the reward to risk ratio is narrowing more and more right now, and in favor of the risk, because we've had a nice run. Uh, People have got profits. They're kind of quick to take them. Um, and uh, So what I'm saying is, when it gets up here, when I've been in, like you can see my positions over here, I've got like a dozen positions, and many of them I've been in for 3 or 4 days. Okay, so I'm not. Uh, I'm more interested right now in kind of thinning out my longs versus taking new longs. Now I will, because, but it will be on stocks that may be just starting to move, like the China stocks. Look at China today. Okay, and yesterday, and that's just why I was buying a lot of China stocks, just because our markets were extended. Now this is in a not a good pattern, but it doesn't matter to me because I know there's when this thing does turn around, there's going to be a lot of value there. Um, I go with a lot of gut sometimes versus the patterns, in the charts. But getting back to your question, Peter, yes, once you get extended, I'm more interested in taking profits here and there than entering new positions. Now, if you're a trader that doesn't like hold overnights, or maybe a day trader, or maybe you only have like one or two positions and you got out of everything, it's okay to take new positions. But if I take new positions up here, it's going to have a short leash. So, uh, in other words, I feel like we may be we're definitely getting tired, and I feel like this reversal could be quick and nasty. Okay, so if I enter any new positions right here, it's going to have a short leash. Okay, trying to see if there's anything new that I entered. Oh, I forgot to tell you about Hood. I did buy Hood after earnings the other day. Some of these beaten up ARC stocks, I'll have a little more staying power, in those, just because they're not extended like the market. Some of them had a decent run, but especially these ones right after earnings, like Pins and Hood. Okay, I'll set alert if it clears this range right here. I may consider it. Okay, let's see. Make sure I didn't miss a question. What kind of shares are followed in the trader's eye? Okay, those are swing trades, and a lot of them, you're going to see mine are looking for more setups uh, than stocks that are really moving up. I'm not one to like to chase a 3 or 4 day move and then buy a stock. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that if it works for you and it keeps going. That's momentum. But for me, I'm looking for more setups. Let me give you an example. This RIVN from the other day was, I called it actually. I think I called it like 34.80, something like that. But I was anticipating it because of this very critical level right here that it was potentially breaking out of it. Not only that, you had a 3-day high there, so I anticipated that move, and worked. I thought it'd be a little more follow through. It still may have some follow through, but I think Lucid today had, what's that symbol? I can't. Is it LCID? Yeah, they had bad earnings, so obviously that hurt RIBN, just like that SEDG hurt my DQ the other day. But now it's coming back. That's starting to really shape up good. So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to give another example. EVGO was one from this day right here. I think this was called in the eye around 8:30. So looking for a stock pulled back to the 10 period moving average. Once it got it back above it, I think I called this, around 8:30. You know, potentially kind of breaking out of this level could have a move to 10 really easy. So my entries are a little more strategic versus just chasing winners. I'm trying to think of another one. UA was one in there, and uh, it was looking fine. I was okay with the close yesterday above if it's 50 period moving average or 50 period was flattening out. It was after earnings. Retail was strong, but then, like I said, you got a stupid tier one. Maybe not be a tier one, but it's downgrade this morning. It's like unbelievable. So don't have a large position in there, half size. Uh, so I'm hoping you're kind of getting the gist here, what I'm looking for. I'm liking this Neo, although I'm in LI, but this is shaping up right here. Nice little trend break there, and China is strong today, kind of breaking out of that trend. I'm surprised I really didn't buy this earlier, but like I said, the market is kind of a little nervous about this market, and Netflix is finally come on, trying to get back up there. All right, do you care about daily RSI when saying something is overextended? Uh, Not particularly. I'm not a big RSI guy. I like RSI divergence, but it won't. I will not enter a trade because of that alone. I'll need price action. Overextended to me is basically just a stock that has either run up too much or is gapping up too much. I made a huge mistake the other day that worked out for me, and PayPal. I always try to stay on top of my positions. I love the PayPal, and it was called in the eye as well because it was breaking through this level right here, and it broke through. I was in it, and then I saw it coming through my after hours, and I was so lucky because it ran all the way up to 100. Sold half of it in after hours, and then I sold the other half because I'm seeing a lot of stocks after earnings that are gapping up way too much, and this is not a raging bull market we're in right now. And I just feel like if you're fortunate enough to get a big gap up, boy, I've seen, for me personally, you're just better off taking it. Uh, but but once again, you can kind of see what I'm looking at. I'm looking at, and I mentioned this in RVIN in a uh, spaces the other day. Still liking the pins. Now that was a gap up I did buy, but if you looked at it on the daily, I let it flatten out. And let me see if I can show you. So you go. And once again, it's more of kind of a. It's I don't think it is a arc stock, but along those same lines. But let me show you what I did. Yeah, this day right here on earnings, I didn't buy the gap. Okay, ran into this resistance over here, came back, you know, and I think it was called right around this 2220 level or something like that. It did a bar reversal. I think I called it on that 15-minute bar reversal. Still liking that one. But Teddy, no, I'm not big on RSI. I'd like to. I can look at a chart, and the chart will tell me, personally, if a stock's, kind of overextended. One trade, gut feeling trade, was his Lou, and it's just kind of a China sympathy play because it hadn't bounced. I bought it on a pullback this morning, right at the right below this support level. What should have been support after breaking through that, and it was a half size. I added another half size at this level down here. I think at 450, but not crazy. This has a lot of work to do. But it's like I said, it's more of a China kind of a sympathy play. I'll play things like that. You kind of got a base down here that it's bouncing off of, but do not like it falling back below that fast line. So I will be out of this probably pretty quick. If I buy something like that and I'm wrong and I got a full size, I will get out quick if it doesn't work. Yeah, Peter, it sounds like to me most of the time those ratings go against me versus going with me. Keep an eye on Bobby. for a short squeeze. I mean, this thing is, if you look back over here, uh, these moves usually get hit pretty quick. 1 or 2 days, and they get hit pretty quick. One day there, a couple of days there didn't look bad. Got hit again. Kind of a nice base over 6 weeks, 5 weeks, and now trying to get above this 10 period moving average. Huge short float. So uh, you don't have to play very much size. I would personally would buy it on pullbacks, but keep an eye on that one. All right, Netflix, you're gonna get back above this. There, boy, that's what I like to see. And there's RIVN getting a nice bounce. A lot of stocks getting a nice bounce. I think if it goes back through this high, little alert in there, if it can go back through that level right there, I think this thing may be off to the races. I'd like to see some volume come in, but a lot of times you see that pattern like there, what takes off in the first 15 minute, suckers a lot of people in because it breaks out of a range, and this is a very big range because it's a nice bullish flag pattern. So, but I see this sometimes. Head fake sucks a lot of people in. Everybody give up their shares, uh, and then it retraces and goes back through that level, and that's when you get the momentum going. Rajiv says, Andy, if I want to see which stocks are moving up for the last 3 days, what filters will I use? Well, I think probably, let's see, top list. I don't know if we don't have a change in 3 days. You're probably going to have to use a change in five. Yeah, your closest bet is going to be a change in 5 days, Rajiv. And it's very simple to build. You just want to make a top list. Change in 5 days. I would do percentage. Percentage is always better than dollars, in my opinion, because it's relative to the price of the stock and not based on dollars and cents. So basically, all you need to do is just show columns. You won't even have to add a. Shoot, let me clear this out. I gotta start over here. And there goes run. I'd like to see that run for any of the I participants. Top list, start from scratch, and just go to search, change, and 5 minutes. So sorry, 5 days. 5 days percentage. Show columns, and then you can always come in here and let's add some more columns. You want to see things definitely like price, and you want to see change from close, and you want to definitely see relative volume, in my opinion. See if there's still relative volume coming in. Uh, Trying to see what else would help you. Maybe position in yearly range would be a good one. Or position in 3 month range, that might be a good one. Okay, and if you want to add some more filters, price, maybe you want to be above. You can change this up if you want to above $5. Uh, Volume today, I think you want to see at least 200,000 shares traded to make sure it's tradable. Don't you not want to get stocks that only have 15 uh, thousand shares? And well, I think that's all about it because you're going to be looking at, once again, you're going to be sorting everything from the change in 5 days. There it is. And we just call it. Uh, Biggest change in 5 days. All right, should be ready to go here. And I don't know why my default copy has that stupid. I need to change, make another default because I don't like the strategy menu there. All right, so there you have it. Change in 5 days. So that's what you do. Unfortunately, Rajiv, and I will share this with you. Uh, these color coding is going to be based on whether it's up or down on the day. So if you're looking for stocks that are up on the day, maybe you would go for the darker green like this Yale. Uh, if you want to maybe look at stocks that are pulling back, maybe this Getty, is pulling back, and you're interested in buying pullbacks, which I typically will do. So a lot of ways to play around with this. Let me go ahead and save it and share for you. Uh, let's see, who was it that asked it? Okay, that was Rajiv. There you go, Rajiv. Uh, I could use swing trade scan also. A swing trade scan is kind of, for me, is kind of what I mean. There's different ways you can look at it. I think uh, I'm I like to do my homework and look at stocks that are possibly setting up for a move the next day. That's the kind of stuff that I enter into the swing trading channel, the eye. Um, let's take a look at some of the this is the exact same window you're probably going to get in the eye, but you're going to see kind of a pattern here. Look at that setup right there in Yum C. Now, I did not care for the gap up this morning. China stocks had a big gap up, and so I didn't care for that run. We've been talking about that. BCRX is just off to the races. Didn't want to chase that. CSIQ, I'm liking this one right here. Look at that beautiful chart. I almost, gosh dang it, I wish I'd have bought that. It's a beautiful chart right there. And earnings are not till August. But look at that after that move up right there, that sideways action. I'd prefer this thing to kiss the 10-day. It still might. Maybe I'll put an alert in there if it comes back down. Bobby was thrown in there just because I liked the way it was setting up on the daily for a possible short squeeze. I like that, just bouncing off the 10 period moving average. Of course, Netflix, we talked about that. Hope we can get going. But Peter, if you want to hit me up about what you're looking for, kind of just saying a swing scan is kind of vague. Are you looking for pullbacks? Or are you looking for, I've shared this one before. This is one of my favorite ones, looking for stocks that are uh, pulling back and then reversing. In other words, taking out that prior day high. Only thing about this one right here, and there's hadn't been a whole lot coming through today, is, man, this seems to work a lot better in a bull market. Because right now, uh, you get a lot of head fakes in this kind of environment that we had. So I've kind of put this on the back burner until when the bull market rolls around, that this thing back tests really well. Pullbacks are coming in. Well, Rajiv, because even though they're pulling back, let me see what I did with it. Okay, good question. Let me show you. Biggest change in 5 days. See, if you wanted to only see strong stocks, you could just put a change from close filter on it, and put a zero in the min column, and you would only see strong stocks. So let me show you what to do. But if me personally, if I'm looking for opportunity on stocks that are up biggest over the last 5 days, I love, stocks that are, pulling back. Like the Sketty, although I wish there was more data on there. QNRX, because what you can do a lot of times in these is you can find a level, that you maybe want to nibble at. I do this all the time. I won't take a full position, obviously, because the stock is coming back, uh, but if you're just looking for stocks that are going, moving higher, all you have to do, let me show you, is just go to configure, go to a change from close percentage, or you could do a dollar too. But there's percentage, and just put zero. Put zero in the min column. And now what you're going to do is you're going to eliminate all that red because everything has to be up on the day. So this is only going to show you stocks that are up on the day. So that's all you have to do if you want to see, if you're not interested in buying them on pullbacks. I'd like to see that SOS getting back up there. Got a pretty decent size in this one, even after selling half, and I could easily see this thing going to 850. Uh, let's see. I should do this every day for an hour and a half. Yeah, hey, if it worked and made everybody a lot of money, I'd be happy to do it. I mean, I do think one of the best things an experienced trader can do is show people their positions and why they entered the trade. So many people don't understand charting, and just remember, charting is just a picture of crowd psychology. So for me, I've never been one to chase stuff. I'm more of a of course, back in my day trading days, I would chase a few momentum plays, but uh, I prefer to look for a good setup. Missed my Oh, okay. I'm sorry. How many charts do you look at after the close? I will always look at the daily chart first if I'm trading after the close. First of all, I don't often do that. I mean, something has to really look good because uh and typically I'll be playing contrarian. I'll look for stocks maybe that have been beaten up and then have bad earnings and then they just get hit to the downside again, but it's kind of a different strategy. If uh, for let me make it really crystal clear that I do not trade after hours, okay? But I will look at after hours mostly for the next day, okay? It's planning my trades for the next day. But if I see something that jumps out at me, like a stock like I said, gets hit, and I feel like it may be priced in, and I see a negative reaction, and then it starts to reverse, sometimes uh, will try something like that. I'll never just chase a green candle and after hours up and buy it at highs. That's how you get killed. Uh, but yeah, but getting back to charts, yes, I'll put it on post market, right, so I can see the action, in post market. But mostly I'm playing the daily, you know. But I will put it on there. But like I said, I don't. I'll trade more in pre-market than I will in post-market, but lately I haven't been able to do that because I spend about an hour each morning, putting stuff together for the eye. I should have nibbled on that right there. You're welcome, Rajiv. Yeah, Barry's a workhorse. He sure is. Bye, bye, bye. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Teddy. I see what you mean. Yeah, I very seldom do I trade in post market. I will occasionally, just because if I see something that I think, uh, you know, is an opportunity, but that's very very rare. What's that Neo doing? Damn. This might just be a digestion day in the market. Just kind of a sideways, sloppy market as the bears and bulls kind of battle it out. Rajiv, that's a good question. Uh, it depends. Okay, it really depends on the the trade I'm in, and what I'm buying and what's my time frame. And let me give you an example. Okay. The other day, I went and bought Snap just because I've seen a lot of those ARC stocks and tech stocks bouncing. And I think it's possibly a generational low in Snap, and I bought it at 950. Just a size where I don't even have to. That's why it's not even on my blotter. I don't even want to see it. Okay. And this is a case where I bought just enough size where I can give it $1 to the downside. It could very well get hit too, but if it does, it's not going to hurt me at all. But at the same time, if this thing gets going and I'm not even watching it, like I said, I don't even have any alerts set. I have a stop in there, $1 lower from where I bought it. Forget about it. This is kind of an investment. Okay. Okay. In Snap, because I know at one time they were a very healthy company with lots of ad revenues. And just like any other, like Pins, like Netflix, I think that can return. Uh, so it's more of I'm just trying to show you where I would use a big stop, okay? Whereas, uh, what's one that I'm trying to think of, one that I just bought. Hoods is kind of the same way. I got a big stop on Hood just because I got a good price. I actually got a real good price, but then I added again uh, because I liked the action I was seeing. So, yeah, this is one that will probably have. I don't even have a stop in right now. I have Well, I did have an alert because I want to be alerted to it, but I guess it went off this morning, pre-market. So this is another example of a stock where I got small enough size where I can give this, possibly, below 9 before I get out. Trying to think of an example of a stock where I'm buying that I anticipate it should, well, that's kind of not a good example. Netflix is one where it's a tight stop. Okay, this is a pattern. All right, that should work. Okay, this should not break this 10 period moving average or take out this range low right here. Maybe I'll use this range low right here. Plus, I added to this position. This is now my biggest position, and uh, I'm anticipating that this pattern should develop and work and take out the today's high. If it doesn't, this is one that's going to be really tight, probably a 1 or 2% stop, because I am anticipating, see, I'm buying this in the high range, okay, over the last several months. I'm anticipating a move. So this is a stock that, since I had half size, I added yesterday to go full size, anticipating a break of that range. So now my stop is tight on this one. So I hope that makes sense. It kind of varies to your uh, time horizon, and then also the charts. Okay, Snap, I was buying it hopefully at generational lows. I'm going to give that a little bit. Netflix, I'm buying a setup that is on a 3-month high. I'm expecting it to go through. If it doesn't, this stop's going to be tight. So it all depends, and I think that's a good way to do it. I don't think you can just enter every trade and say I'm going to take 3% to the downside and 10% to the upside, because every pattern is kind of different, and it's a different kind of strategy. Yes, Steve's right. Sideways is healthy for bulls, and that's what we're seeing right now in the market. Uh, and a lot of times, those downward moves, obviously it can still happen, but seems like to me a lot of times they're you get a head fake to the upside and a quick downside that just gets everybody frozen. That's why I'm taking some profits today. China stocks may be a little bit different for me though, because last time the U.S. markets got weak, China stocks got strong. So I'm going to be watching that very closely. Uh, they kind of got distorted over the last few weeks because I think of the lockdowns potentially in China, and probably some tension with Taiwan. But last few days, we're seeing a move in China stocks. So I'll be watching that if we do get weak in the spies, and I think it'd be wise for anybody to keep an eye on K Web, and also keep an eye on FXI, uh, to see if our markets roll over, what these do, because you may see something quite opposite. Steve getting there talking music. Okay, I heard a Barry. Wow, let's take a look at it. Oh, that's strong. Yeah, the market's just slopping back and forth right now. Let's see. Where is my swing trade ideas? And keep in mind, guys, when I throw, this is why I didn't buy run. So when you see things in the eyes, remember these are just ideas. Okay. And typically what you're going to find is I'm liking the daily pattern setup. But at the same time, you got to keep in mind, the market, and like I was saying, the overextension that we have. And just like I'm about to cut this LU right here because it is not doing what I anticipated, and had a half size. Now I got a full size. Well, it won't be a big loser, but I don't want to see it break this range right here. This is where you check your positions when the market's pulling back, see what's holding up and see what's not. And you notice how fast your positions, when you get a little red tick in the market, how fast they'll pull back on you. Some of them. This one is half size, and I will have a little flexibility in this one. It's not a big position at all. I do want to see it hold that 10 period moving average though. mRNA getting a pop. It's definitely strong. Is that off earnings? No, must be news. Must be a new pandemic. X was on the list today, and there's that pattern I was talking about where you had 3 days. Wonder why X didn't come through my. That should have pulled back. Oh, it's a 5 day low, so it wasn't in that 5 day range. And sometimes if you've had a nice run and you just don't feel like messing around with it, I'll start selling stuff pretty quick. VIX looks to be heading back up, huh? Well, I'd pull up VXX, but that is just totally broken. That one's just I don't even look at that anymore. That's just but this is when I'll look at my little swing watcher, see what is holding up. BCRX is definitely holding up. Neo's not looking bad there. All right. Got about Barry will pop in here probably in the next 5 minutes or so, and I'll hang around to the top of the hour. mRNA. Well, let's take a look at what? The daily chart. It's battling with the 200-day right now. That's, if the 200 period is right at 190, 150. So could be just poking its head above that and pull back down. Yeah, I could easily see it making there today. I mean, but a lot's probably going to depend, I would think, on the market. But market gets legs or just kind of holds firm, I could see it definitely moving there, especially if it. I would watch that 200-day. I would like to see it. You have a level over here that is right below that 200 days, so you're kind of breaking above a level. Uh, yeah, it has potential. Once again, market goes to lows right here, though. I could see it pulling back to 190 easy. Yeah, the races are cool. I got a couple of them. The one I showed you, the big cap, big capping is works for me, and of course I like my China stocks, so I keep them on here. Speaking of China, there's data getting a little getting a little volume coming in, trying to go to highs there. There's a good example of a race showing you opportunity way before the stock gets to highs. Daily looks like crap though, so yeah, it's not one I'd probably be interested in buying here. You're gonna run. Yeah, yeah, that has a lot of work to do there. HCM is strong. DQ, Neo, a couple of ones we talked about. I like the CD. It didn't sell off as hard as the other ones, and when the China stocks got hit for a few days there, I'll put an alert back above this 50 period moving average. I'd like to know. Yeah, yeah, he does use the with on Bollinger Bands. See, I got one that I'll pull out every now and then, but like I said, in the morning time, I'm usually focusing on change in 2 minute race. See some of the stocks that are on there. Well, that had a nice move. That would have been coming through pretty early. I need to put a filter in there for change from close though. See stocks that are at least up on the close. Nasty pullback in that one. ADPN's been hot. There's that brush. Already got out of it though.
Sega.
What's Siga doing?
Well, the White
Oh, it's
House
yeah,
chatter,
yeah,
yeah, that it's might be declaring monkeypox
yeah.
an emergency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So SIGA's on the move.
Okay.
It got hit. It got hit a few days ago because I think the FDA wasn't quite
Yeah.
sure about their standards of testing. It's not that they said it. I guess I misread it. It's not that they said the vaccine didn't work, but they were a little bit concerned about their standards. But anyway, so there's SIGA because that was kind of leading the charge for when this monkeypox started. So it's on the move again and again. It just seems to be. I'm just going to read what somebody posted. Yeah, the White House may declare monkeypox emergency as soon as today.
Ah,
So you got your SIGAs, you got your APDN, which is a financing today, and I think they do their financing around $4. So it's a little bit above the financing price right now. So you never, and I say this all, you never know. We
yeah.
just don't know.
You don't. Well,
We
you that
don't.
was enough to rush me in to buy TNXP. And I will buy Siga too, but I like that 50 period, that 10 period moving average right there on TNXP right above it.
Let's take a look at TNXP.
It's not as pretty as Siga on the chart, but hey, if it gets
Yeah,
going,
no.
I've done very well this last couple of weeks off TNXP, so
Hmm.
uh, I'll sit in a little bit and see what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's yeah, holding that 10 SMA in the
Yeah,
15 minute
yeah,
chart.
yeah. Now, if this thing breaks down below this level, so basically, I bought it at 175. So shoot, I'll give it 10 cents and see what happens. Yeah.
I just took some VRT actually. VRT. I just took it
Hmm.
just over 1310. I think it was 1310. Yeah, this is
Oh
this
wow.
is yeah, this has been on a roll. I know you would never take this because at this price you'd probably wait for it to come. Well, actually the 10 SMA is around 13.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
but so it
It's not
wasn't
bad.
that far away. It wasn't
No.
that far away. I got in at 1309 actually. Just checking my and the reason I did, yeah, figure it out the reason I did. Um I think I think I created actually a large cap. Does that make, yeah, I actually created a large cap gainers from the open just to see, instead of having to not worry about all these low floaters, but just to see what these other ones, more traditional plays would
Mm-hmm.
do on the low, on the large gap. No, I've typed this wrong. So it's large gap gainers from the open. But yeah, I just want to see what these will do and maybe more gentler on the psyche trades.
Yeah,
That's
there you
about all
go.
I can say. So I ended up taking this VRT because look
Yeah.
at all the room it's got still. I
Well,
mean, it's
yeah,
still
if
got
it
some
if it gets
room and
above that 1330, man, you could have a you could have a quick move to 15.
yeah,
Yeah.
I would never
Yeah.
hold on to then, but that's okay.
Well, hey, I
Because
know.
but look at that float. I mean, 306
Yes.
million. So this is not a low float
No, it's
situation.
not. It's not.
So that's what I'm in right
Interesting. All
now.
right.
And
It's definitely a
now
strong
I'm
one
just
here.
really waiting. What I'm finding, Andy, also with my racers, and of course these are the high octane racers, is that sometimes it's out of nowhere. 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock, something just charges that I haven't seen all day. And and as you know, the beauty of it all is that you'd never ever know that unless you had some kind of an alert window that was giving you, say, new 5 minute highs or something like that, which I don't like.
Uh-huh.
I just, to me, I just would get inundated with alerts. But typically, all my alerts are new highs of the day. But some stock that could have made a new high in the first 15 minutes and then it's pulled back, and then all of a sudden starts racing on you. I'd never see that in my old way of trading. And but now with the racers, I can see all that stuff, and it's amazing. I'm finding it truly amazing, just to watch the activity, and it's eye catching. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just it's more eye catching than getting an alert window that gives you a new high over and over and over again. I mean, in theory, it's kind of the same if on the races a stock is making a new high, but it's I don't know. It's more appealing to me. Just to see something just going and almost getting on top of the leaderboard out of nowhere. It's just so fabulous. I find it. I mean, really, I find it really,
I
really fabulous,
no, I
and just
like it.
stare at it all day long. So
I understand, dude. I mean, that's one. Yeah, that's why we're traders, man. We find a lot of stuff fabulous, and
hmm
yeah.
And
But
the other reason I decided to do this large cap gainers from the open is because we all know that this is not going to last. This low float mania is not going to last. I don't know how much longer it's going to go on, but it's not going to last. So, I jokingly said, we're going to have to satisfy ourselves with just, the 10, 15, 20% gains instead of the 200% gains. We're just but to find those plays. And I think the racers will do that too.
sure,
And that's
absolutely.
it. That's it.
There goes your Siga, trying to
There
go to
goes my
that
signal.
level.
Yeah, exactly.
I bought a little bit of that too at 60. See what happens.
Okay.
1860. All
Okay, you want
right.
me to take over now?
Sure, buddy.
It's
That will.
101.
All right. Thank you, Barry.
Okay.
Yeah. Good
All
luck,
right,
buddy. I
Andy.
appreciate it.
Okay,
Bye
thanks.
bye.
Bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Both rooms I'm back in. And I mentioned to Andy when I was just talking to him, I'm in this VRT. I'm in at 1308, I think. Yeah, 1308. I'm in this one when I was talking to Andy. This is one that I think I want to say what I did yesterday is I decided just for fun to create a large cap gainers from the open also. So it's exactly the same as this, the same format, except, some major differences. I think it's a 500 million market cap. I think the minimum float is, I think it's 50 million. Um, and then I just wanted to see how these ones would work because yeah, this low float mania is not going to last. Okay. I mean, it may maybe another week too. I don't know. But I mean, at some point in time, it's not going to last. And so then we're going to have to start looking for, as they call them, the more traditional plays and the ones that, only give us the 10, 20% gains in the day instead of the 2, 3, 400% gains. By the way, guys, I got out of that brush. I just couldn't handle it anymore. I got out of the brush. I took a lots on that. Um, I'll watch to see if it gets back over three, maybe later, but I just don't like the way this is trading. It's right now. I might even wait for it to hit four again, not again for the first time. That's the IPO price, so I'm just not. I'm not too interested in this. Now, as far as I don't know how to direct you. I mean, we have a YouTube page. It might be there now, but I'll do one. I do one every day. I'm talking Izzy or Eyes. I do one every day. So, and today's was about NVIV. So, I'm just going to wait to see if anything now. Yeah, the monkeypoxers are alive right now. The SIGA, GovX, APDN, TNXP. Let's see, I do have I want to see this alert or going to YouTube. I'm not sure it's been posted yet. You got the email, but it hasn't. I don't think it's been posted on YouTube yet. It may have been, but yeah, just don't. I mean, I do one every day, so. Well, I rarely trade anything off the races, Hannah. So I mean, I'm 99, getting closer to almost 100%. If it's not on the races, I'm not trading it. The only thing that I'll do is, which I didn't do today, unfortunately, because there were some really big winners, is the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, now these are shorts, so I don't know if it's of interest to you, but the MQ was awesome. I mean, I didn't take them because it was wrapped up on other things, but I mean, the MQ at the beginning at 854 got all the way down to 720, as an example. The DXC 2676, it got down to 2514. I mean, these are over $1 moves. I don't know what happened with the CCRN 2338. Yeah, I mean, that's good too. I mean, 2338 gets down to 2217. Eris 1581. So that actually, well, it got down to 1537 before it bounced. And what about pay? 1309. Yeah, you know what? I should have been more alert on this one because this actually had. I think this is the one that Goldman downgraded. I think pay is the one that Goldman downgraded. But that's really all I'm looking at. Okay, other than the races. Oh, on the races. Okay. Well, see, the thing is, I've missed a lot, okay? I mean, there were some that I should have taken, but I was tied up doing other things or watching something else. Um, it's hard for me to explain because, like, for instance, the NVIV, not that it looks great now, okay? But, I watched that on a 12 break. Well, first of all, it was awesome at the beginning. But I hate to dwell on these ones because they're I don't know what sort of a trader you are, Hannah, in terms of experience. These are not easy. I mean, with that float, 1.3 million in the float, these are not easy. But I'm comfortable enough in the position size I take so that if I got stopped out, and even if it blew through my stop, it's not going to devastate me. But for instance, but on the NVIV, I waited for a 12 break because it was winning a race right there. I took it, I got stopped out, and then I took it again and did extremely well, on the second time, as an example, just because I'm following it. The nerve is one that, I should have been in. I should have been in right here on a four break. You just look at that, look at the 15-minute chart, all the action at four, and then boom. And it was running races earlier, so I would have seen this one. The other one was the GRNQ. The GRNQ, it got halted at 301, and I should have been in this on that because it dipped down below the 301. And then when it got over to the 301, that's typically when I'll take a resume. But again, this is my style, and it went from 301 to 379. I mean, these are just huge, huge percentage moves in a very brief period of time. But I'm very active. I mean, I'm not looking to wander away from my computer. I mean, these are with these floats that we're talking about here, you've got to be really, really on top of it. So I don't know if that helps you or hurts you, because the yell is I sort of broke a bit of a rule. I took this one really early. I usually don't trade in the first 15 minutes, but it was an earnings play. It got over seven. Okay. And I thought, okay, you're over seven. It's an earnings play. And it was leading my race right at the very beginning of the day. I did okay on it. I mean, it got up to 744. I was hoping it would go a lot further because when you look left on the weekly chart, this had room to about 822. It just didn't get there. So, when I'm taking anything from these races, a lot of it is also looking at these longer term time frames, the daily and the weekly and the monthly, just to see how much further it could go before it hits its next high when you look left. So again, I don't know if that's helping you or. And TUP, yeah, I mean TUP is one that I should be all over also. I know it. I had an alert, I think, saying for it to break 10 or not yup, but TUP. And now this is one that I don't think it showed up on the racers at all, but this is just one that, from yesterday. I mean, we knew it had earnings yesterday. It did astonishingly well, got up to 12, pulled back. So this is one that, I knew about before the races. And so on a 10 break, it would have been awesome to take. And what about D-Dog? Didn't see D-Dog for a while. Yeah, so D-Dog is one of those ones that is way outside the price range that I'm comfortable with. But a pattern is a pattern. And so it's had earnings, but it's, obviously it got all the way down to 105 and it's trying to bounce. I really don't have any other insight into D-Dog. It had earnings and obviously the, released before the market opened, and there's your reaction. So really don't have any other comment on it. I mean, you would hope if you're long, you don't want it to go below 101. And if you're short, you don't want it to go over 112, I guess. Nerve, well, okay, starting at 9:30 in my race 14 times. Okay, can you not see my screen? Maybe you can't see my screen. That's right at the top here. So 14 times nerve one, NVIV, seven. There's another one I missed. When I say missed, I mean, I see them, but I was, FRGE. I mean, how awesome is this? 460 to, 937. How awesome is that? But, what I was probably doing at the time was either in my TI, well, I was in my TI spiel, but I was probably watching something else. I was very focused on the NVIV. And I did, two out of three worked. Well, Hannah, I mean, you can obviously, not obviously, I hate saying that. I say obviously a lot. It's not so obvious necessarily. But one of the scans I'm sharing is the pre-market actives in up and down. So I look at that in the pre-market. That doesn't mean that just because something is active in the pre-market, that it's going to continue in the same direction once the market opens. But I'm now finding that while it's still good to know what the active stocks are in the pre-market, and this is what I'm talking about. This is one of the scans I'm sharing. I mean, it's still working. I mean, it's 1:12 Eastern time right now. But when I open my whenever I start, this will start working in the pre-market. So I see the active ones, in the pre-market, either on the upside or the downside. And there's a list I usually put. In the main room, just the ones that are like the pre-market actives. But that doesn't absolutely mean that something that is active on the way up before the market opens, that it's going to continue doing that, of course. But why I really like to see these is to check to see what the news is. Is it an earnings play, or is it some news that and I'll maybe make a determination whether I think. I mean, look at the NNVC. Again, I should be in this one. I had this idea, a break over 3, and I should be in this now as an example. Okay. And the NNVC, I think yeah, you see, sometimes the problem I've got right now with the way the races are constructed, and again, you can have this. You can have my pre-market actives up and down. Just go to my home page and go to the scan section, my scan check section. Oops, wrong one. Wrong link. Don't click on that. If you go to the scan section and then we'll click on my link, go to the scan section, and you'll see the pre-market actives up and down, and also gap up and down. These work in the pre-market. These would work when the market opens also, but I put a sort of a stop time. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. Configure. So max 0 minutes after they open. So I only want to see this, when the market's, in the pre-market. I mean, I could remove that and I would see them all day, but I don't want to. Okay. So these 4 actives up, down, gap up, gap down. These can give you an audible alert if you want. In other words, you can have it text to voice and read out the MGM or some other audible alert. But that is kind of what prepares me, in the pre-market. You kind of think, okay, I want to know what the news is. Um, we saw one. And sometimes, though, you're going to look at something and there will be no news. Okay, there will be no news, and especially with these low floaters. And for instance, I mean, here is in theory the news. Okay, mentioned as a short squeeze, mentioned on social media. Okay, so I mean, that's the news. It's not specific to the company as such. I mean, it's not like the company's come up with some collaboration with a drug company or whatever they do, or it's not an earnings play. Hey, this VRT is looking. VRT is giving me a nice little move here, guys. Yeah. So again, this came from my large cap gainers from the open. So I decided just to see what sort of alerts I would get. Okay, because I know I keep saying this over and over, but I mean this low float mania will not persist, and eventually we'll have to start. I mean, this window will still work. Don't get me wrong. It's just that we won't see the astonishing gains. But that's where I found the VRT. You can see it right there. It won a race. PFE. More information about. I'm sorry. I just see your Pfizer comp. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, they had earnings on the 28th, so not that long ago. Okay. When was the 28th on that candle? That was pre-market, so not a big reaction. I mean, it was an interesting reaction. It had a big high, big low, kind of closed, flat. Other than that, I don't know what other information you want on PFE. Very flat on the day, as yeah, Harris is saying. I mean, it's very flat on the day. So Harris, you should be proud of me. You should be proud of me for taking the VRT from this scan that I created yesterday, the large cap gainers from the open. I'm sure the VRT is way more up your alley. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Stephanie. Somebody did mention this earlier. You know, yeah. I mean, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. But these companies, they're going to put out a price. Or I could put out if I'm going to announce that I'm going to begin drug development to combat the monkeypox virus. Okay, great. But the PR guys know what they're doing. One single tier of pride. All right. It's so Harris. I just want to explain. I'm not all about low floaters all the time. It just so happens that this is the market we're in. It's not all about low floaters. I don't put a market cap or a market max or something or float max of say 20 or something. I'm not looking for low floaters, but that's what's piling through right now on these windows on this scan. The APDN, so they've done their financing right at 4. APDN. Yeah, so I'm just missing the boat on this. I mean, the minute Zach posted that stuff about the White House may do some emergency or declare an emergency regarding monkeypox. I mean, I should be in this one. It held that. I mean, the financing's at 4, I believe, and it held. Anyway, this has been a bit of a frustrating day for me because I've just missed some opportunities. And how's the TNXP doing? TNXP, the other one, see, not as dynamic. And what was the other one? CMRX? I can't remember anymore. But CMRX? Is that the other monkeypoxer? I think that's the other one, right? Yeah. Yeah. So this is the news, okay? Now that's a little misleading. That's misleading because that emphatically says to declare. Semantics is expected to declare. Okay, there's a difference between to declare and expected to declare. But it seems it's possible. But what happens if they don't? If they don't, then you better be paying attention if you're in these monkeypox plays. Yeah, so I don't want to do that, Teddy, because the question was, well, why don't I just put a price alert or at my price alert, do a limit order. The reason I don't do that is because I want to see how it's trading, when it hits my price alert. It wasn't that I missed them. I saw the price alert but I got distracted doing something else. I could have taken some of these trades. Okay, but I got distracted just, at the time, and then they just ran. I mean, they just absolutely run. I mean, sometimes I can be a little distracted, and then 5 seconds later, I can take a look at it, and it's still around my price alert. Then I can take the trade. But why I just don't want it. My price alert is not. My price alerts are not okay. If I get the alert, I pile into the trade immediately. My price alert is just alerting me to an area of interest for me. Okay. And then I click on the alert, check to see what's happening. And if I still like it, then I can take the trade. But so that's why I'm not going to sort of almost auto trade it just because it hits a price alert, if that makes sense. Especially on these ones, especially on these low floaters. A little easier on something like VRT, if that were one, because I mean, it's just sort of inching its way up. And I'm still, yeah, and I am just not going to chase it though. I'm not going to chase APDN. All kidding aside though, I mean, yeah, if I could find, 5 or 6 VRTs a day and four of them, three out of 5 worked and I had enough size, yeah, that'd be okay. Well, APDN now is super interesting because it's over yesterday's high. It's getting more and more interesting. Yeah, hey, Zach, you have no idea who's taking your trades. Just because I don't sometimes don't take that as nobody's taking them. And it's not because I don't like it. It's just because, at some point I think, well, am I just chasing it? So certainly, we've got, lots of people in the room that don't post at all. They just watch. Is VRT monkeypox? It's actually moving a lot more than I thought it would. Oh no, it's retail. Sorry, guys. Okay. Not shortable for me. Oh, you want to be halted on the way up and have it, yeah. Can I tell you I took some? Can I tell? Am I allowed to do that? In complete chase mode? You shame me into it? There you go. There's your halt. There's your halt. It's going to get warmer again tomorrow, Stephanie. I'm in Vancouver, so your weather and not my weather, your weather and my weather are about the same. Yeah, nerve. You have the ability to short some of these that most of us can't unless you're with center point. So nerve is just not shortable for me. Remember phase guys, F-A-Z-E, phase, F-A-Z-E. Maybe a little late though. Yeah. See, here's the deal. When you see something starting to move up on the leaderboard, don't wait for it to be at the top because I'm 100% sure that we probably would have seen phase at around 1347 as it was moving up the leaderboard. All right, guys, so all I'm in right now is that vert long, VRT long at, on this, I talked about this in the YouTube room with Andy, 1308, 1334 now. This is actually giving me a really nice little trade. And I'm in the APDN. Well, not well before the halt, but over that six level, it's what 623, I think. So we'll see. I did it. Typically I do not do a chase, but what the heck? Six would have taken me out. We'll just see where it opens. Right now, 653, 653. So no big clue. And I got out of that brush. I mean, I just, I seriously will not take it unless it goes over 4. That's the IPO price. This is just, to me, a very messy trader. I'll put an alert at the high here, which is not quite 4. It almost got up there. I had a nice trade in it. I could have made a few dollars if I had, but I was sort of stubborn. So ended up taking 2 losses on this, and one in the pre-market, and then one just when it broke down below 3. I said enough. CTIC. Let's take a look at CTIC. And you know what? Not a low float. 97 million. August 8th, they released, so next week. Boy, this has been on a nice, pretty steady run for the last few months. Not a huge percentage gain, but I mean, if somebody told me, well, you could buy this at 286 and 6 months later it'll be 727, yeah, I'd probably put everything I owned in it in my life right now into this, but we just don't know that's going to happen, of course. Okay, APDN. So it didn't move up. It did move up off that halt. Okay, I've just taken some out in the 660 level. Okay, just in case. I mean, let's see what it does from there. Maybe it takes out 7. Maybe. However, I was going to say I thought it was going to get halted again. This is stalling right now. A bit of a stall right now. Again, all about the float, guys. 8 million in the float. Just watching it, see if it holds that 660 level. APDN. Ooh, looks like it could take out 7. All right, I'm going to turn my attention to histo. Histo, another low float. Histogen, another low float situation, guys. All right, 387 was the high. Are they monkey? I don't think they're anything to do with monkey. This came out of nowhere. We haven't seen histo all day. I don't think anyway. Not in the racers. All right, I'm just waiting to see if it gets back up to that 340 level, 345-ish. You know, might take that trade. Got up to 384. That's the high. And when we look left, so yeah, it's amazing, guys. Look right to the penny. Right to the penny. The high today, oh no, not to the penny, I lied. 385 was the high. When we look left, 384 back on July the 13th. So a couple of weeks ago, or 2.5 weeks ago, I guess. Yeah, disgusting spread though. All right, guys, I'm done with the APDN. I'm turning my attention to this histo, just in case it takes out that 380 mark. Done with the APDN. Thank you, Zach, for the Siga is still up there. Siga has not really had a pullback. Yeah, the problem with histo right now, well, the spread's okay now, but it's on the way down. So the spread was a little crazy for a $3 stock. So may not, might just take a pass on it. But look at SIGA. So SIGA, the high looking left is 1924, 1914, 1910. So 1924, you can kind of see if it takes that out. The next high looking left, of course, is 2270. So I'm not saying it's getting there. Yeah, histo, bye bye. I don't know what to do with the VRT. Let's see, VRT. I should be looking left a little bit more to see where it could stall. And there's a high of 1332. There's a high of 1322. There's a high 1327, 1360. So it looks like the next high in the weekly chart is 1360. I'm not saying it's getting there, but I guess there's no real reason for me to get out of the trade yet. Ugh, brush is disastrous right now. I'm so glad I'm out. Look at this. I mean, just selling off. Uh, All right, guys. SIGA now. SIGA is now above that high. I think. Looking to trigger. No, not quite. There it is. There it is. It just triggered. Okay, so I took it. My stop for SIGA is going to be. I mean, it's going to be very tight. I mean, but it's probably stupid because it can be very volatile. And I don't know how much further it's going. I mean, it's no. I didn't think they said it quite. Like William has a better answer for that. Okay, I think they were questioning the fact that they changed. Changed. They experimented on humans or something like that. William will have a better, if he's around, William will have a better explanation about what the FDA hadn't been proven to cure. In other words, they haven't completed phase 3. Okay. And yet in Europe, they said okay. But in Europe, did they not say it was okay? And plus, unless this is a complete lie, didn't the Department of Defense just order like 43,000 shots of or doses of it yesterday? Or didn't somebody ordered? So emergency use authorization. Okay. So who asked that question about where did I find VRT? So all I did was I took the top list that's from this window, okay? And then all I did was open the top list and you'll see the changes I made. Okay. So I think the other one is 1 in 50. So I said 10 and 100. The volume has to be at least 500,000 shares. The price is still up 2%. Market cap is at least half a billion, 500 million, and the minimum float was 50 million. Okay. So that's what I did. So I'm trying to stay away or create something that's not going to give you these crazy, crazy ones, but maybe something a little more steady. And that's where I found the VRT. So who has that question? Raj, was it Raj? There you go. So I just answered your question. So I can give you the race if you want. It's not a big deal. I can give you the race. Yeah, SOPA guys, it is now over 3. I'm sure it's over 3. Okay, so large cappers race. Okay. All right, guys, I made a little on the SIGA. Nothing spectacular. I will put another alert at the high here and see if it takes it out later on. Meanwhile, SOPA, SOPA, on the move. Well, you guys in YouTube, like Mike, who has been asking a long time ago when it was on 270, could it take out 3? Well, here's your answer. I'm not in it. I'm not in this one. Why am I not in it? Yeah, I mean, look, 380 now. 380 is the next high looking left. So, if this holds 3 for a while and the volume, keeps moving it or keeps up, I may take this because when I look left on the weekly chart, it appears to me the next high is 380 on the weekly chart. So this is obviously has some room. Has earned, I think yeah, they actually released. We have it August 8th, but they actually released today. So that is the news. So a perfect circle is saying that TPOXX, which is the SIGA vaccine, is approved for compassionate care, meaning it is only an option to use if all other treatments have been used and exhausted, which is, I guess, like the emergency use authorization, I suppose. GTX. So how did GovX do? Is it still hanging in? Yeah, actually, GovX is still hanging in, guys. This is another monkeypox play. So actually trying to break out here. The high looking left is 379. So it's got room, if you look at the next high looking left. So who's right? Is it EUA or is it compassionate care? Perfect Circle saying compassionate care, and you're saying EUA. Somewhere, somebody's right. Okay. He is saying this is perfect circle in our YouTube room, and I think he's a bit of a bio freak. Can I call you that, perfect circle? Joby. I haven't seen Joby today. I don't think anyway. Joby. Not an earnings play. Ah, you know what? This would have shown up on the maybe in the large caps. I don't know. But I have a $10 limit minimum on it. Now I thought you only looked at stocks under 10 or over 10. All right, guys, I am, what time is it? I know there's a marketing meeting in about 11 minutes that I will attend. See what's happening, see if anything is around the corner. It's a big float too. I mean, that's a nice move on that float for Joby, Joby. So watch what I'll do here. Don't know if you can, if the, see this, I'm never sure if I can actually make the change here. Open the top list, make a change and have it reflect here. Let's see. My guess is no, which was too bad. Ah, oh, well, the change did, the change, even though I changed it, well, the change is here. So let's see if that works. Unless you're talking about, ah, yeah, but wait a minute. If I use configure there, I'll figure it out. Okay, I'm gonna do something here. I know this will work, so I'm just gonna get rid of this. I know this will work. Summary 5. Okay. Launch the race. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so this has now been changed for sure. Okay, what's happening? Wow, look at the VRT. I love it. The low floaters, guys. This is the way to go. Looks like NVIV is done. SIGA may not be done, but it's trying to give up 19. All right, guys, I've just taken some off the VRT, okay? Around that 1340 level. Looks like it's trying to stall there a little bit. I don't want to have it get, I'm in at 1308, so I mean, I've got plenty of room, but I want to make sure I mean, that for me, that was a really good, because my 13 was my out. So I've got an 8 cent stop. And this was while I was talking to Andy in our YouTube room, okay, just before I came back into the main room where I said I'm taking this trade. So that is about a 4 to 1, 1 to 4. I had a 8 cent stop. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. First of all, I'll put my announcement in. Friday's tomorrow, right? Oof. All right, guys, I'm back. Another long meeting. Guys, I'm really looking at this Siga on a 950 break with that news. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I'm already in some. Okay, I have a little bit, and I'm looking maybe to if it almost did it. It almost took out that almost took out 1950 again. Ay, ay, ay. Bios are hot. Yeah, bios are hot. CGTX. I saw that halt. Couldn't get it. Well, of course, it ran. It didn't do what I would love to have done. And just like sort of sneak a little bit underneath the halt price, which was 301, and then pop. It just didn't do it. Yeah, I got out of the INSM. The INSM was something from the large cap, and I had a little scalp in it, but I was looking for a lot more, so I got out. A little loss on that one. Give me a moment here. Yeah, it's had a nice little run, this aloe, a nice gentle run from about 14 to 1482. On the 5 minute chart, just a couple little minor pullbacks, and that's it. Boy, that nerve was nervy. I mean, that thing just, it looked really good right here, for a brief moment in time. It looked really good. That candle there, the 145, the 2 o'clock candle on the 15-minute chart looked like it was going to stay over 16 and then huge rug pull. I was getting all set to take this, guys. I mean, I was really antsy about it. I was going to take it, and I thought, okay, I mean, there's the highs of 715. Maybe it starts to run, but that really got pulled. You've stunned me, William, with that announcement. Well, that what you posted about E-Trade. That is absolutely ridiculous. How can they, with a straight face, tell that to their customers? I mean, that's ridiculous. I mean, what possible explanation can they give you that makes sense? What he said was, for any traders using E-Trade, discovered last night they will let you enter an after-hours position, but not let you exit for 15 minutes. I mean, it seems ridiculous. So that was in our other room, the main room. Yeah, but that's ridiculous, Aja. I mean, that's truly ridiculous. Come on, Siga, take out that 1950 and run. Here's another one, guys. UDMY. I mean, this is just inching its way up. UDMY. Earnings play, August 3rd, post market. So released earnings, really zero reaction. Zero reaction after hours. Really, yeah, minor reaction this morning, pre-market. And now we're just sort of inching its way up. Oh shoot, this was even shortable for me. CGTX. Guys, I got a lot going on here. There's other stuff happening at Trade Ideas and a little distracted today. That number, that means since the race started, it's for like APDN, 4.5. Since the race started, it has moved 4.5% since the race started. Okay, that's why when you see something with a big number, I mean, 4% is still pretty good. There it goes. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, guys. My exuberance got the best of me. And delete my link. Well, hallelujah, guys. I waited and I waited and I waited and I waited on that Siga. In the swing room? Okay, sorry. Um, yeah. You know what? It's hard for me to delete that post because it starts off. I'm not even sure how to do it. I know what you're saying. Well, just don't do it again, okay? It's because it's a link and it's hard for me to do the delete. I'm not even sure how. Yeah. So don't worry about it. Just don't do it again. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. I mean, I don't follow. I'm hoping. I mean, and thanks, Hill. I mean, for Harris, it's hard for me to follow all the swing trading posts, but yeah, just as he says. I mean, we try to keep the room completely apolitical. It would devolve into a complete mess. Well, I don't know, but all I know is that on the Sega, thank you. That was for me just an awesome little pop. I mean, I said I wanted to add some when on the 1950 break, and it was about 1950, and I said, okay, take it, and boom. I mean, I got really fortunate. Now I did not get out right at the top, but wow, that makes up for a lot of misses for me today. Yeah, your dip scan, I'm sure, has worked very well today. I just haven't been able to pay attention to it. So much going on. And again, there's stuff happening at Trade Ideas also for me. So there is just so much going on. But I have to admit, I'm mildly ecstatic about the Sega trade. You need assistance here? Triple V, what is Triple V doing? Triple V, or is that W and then a V? Or is it Triple V? It must be ads. That's Valvoline, okay. Oh, I see, yeah. Well, that's the thing, Zach. I mean, the difference is if there's so much to trade and you get nothing done because you're just clicking like mad, which can happen. That's not what has actually happened to me. What's happened is more just missing opportunities because I was in other things and being distracted for some of my other trade ideas duties. So that was the frustrating part. But that's okay. I mean, tomorrow's another day. So at this point, guys, I'm in absolutely zip. What time is it now? 2:57. So I'm in nothing right now. Completely out of every single trade. That's right. Yeah. Coinbase shares have doubled since Kathy sold. Oh man. I wonder if it was that the double up here or is this the current double even? Well, I think she sold down here, right? Yeah, okay, probably in the 52 level. So yeah, so I mean, I've got IB, and yes, I get charged the horrendous half a cent a share commission. But maybe you get what you pay for, guys. All right, guys. Well, I may sit on the mic still. Usually I mute myself right around now, but I may just hang tough until 3:30. See if anything sneaks in here in the race. HTGM, big volume coming into HTGM, and the next high looking left is around 142. It looks like it. If it somehow gets through that, 208. All right, guys, one last look at my homepage, but first, the test drive. Test drive. Oh, the test drive. You click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. Do it. It's only $11.11. It starts on the 15th, so not too long to wait. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering, okay? So you're not going to get live data until the 15th. So please don't harass our support people. Say, hey, I just signed up. Where is my data? It doesn't start to the 15th. These are set dates, okay? The 15th to the 29th. You don't get 10 days from whenever you start. So that's also my way of saying if you can only start on the 16th, for instance, you're only going to get 9 days. Okay. So it's to take full advantage, you have to be Have the program between 15th and the 29th. They get the full 10 days. It'll cost $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading. You'll have access to the AI. Okay. You want to take a look at that. You'll have access to Brokerage Plus, and you'll, of course, have access to the races as long as you're not using the web based version. If you're using the web based version, unfortunately, racing is not part of it. Okay. It hasn't made it. I don't know if it'll ever will. So that's number one. Number two, when the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about that. I should also say that this is, keep forgetting to mention this. If you're a standard subscriber and you wanted to take a look at the AI for a couple of weeks, you can do so. It will cost you 11.11, but we'll upgrade you during those 2 weeks. And again, if you don't like it, you want to go back to standard, that's fine. We'll put you there automatically unless you tell us not to. Okay. We only do this 4 times a year. So great opportunity to try us out. If you can afford $11.11 for 10 trading days, please try us out. And my homepage. Lots of information on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so you can take out a subscription right now. There's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do that, you must do the Let's Get Started. It'll take you 30 minutes, 10 videos. It shows you how you can download the program in your first login and start up. Okay, so please do that. It'll take you 30 minutes. You can sign up for my daily stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. Trade of the week. Tomorrow you can, hopefully, you can congratulate Steve. Let's see what Riot is doing. Riot is the trade of the week this week. The trigger was 750, so it's still above it. But boy, I would have been trading some of that out early this morning if you took it yesterday at 750 or the day before. I mean, going from 750 to 883, that's a tremendous percentage win. If you sign up for the if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting the email, please check your spam folder. And also if you're Gmail, excuse me, if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education right here, all the education. Got a great user guide, daily support. So Chris, when I shut down the main room at 3:30, YouTube room will be open until 4:30, and Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30, and he does that Monday to Friday. You can sign up for all the webinars. Next week will be the last two for probably a couple of weeks when we're in the middle of the test drive. And back to basics. If you want to take a look at this great little series, 30, I think it's 36 videos. I know it says 36. It may not be, but it's going to be close to that. 36 videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, and it starts off with what is a stock. So if you're brand new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And of course, last, but hopefully not least, my scans. You want my race mode that I talk about all day long. I talk about the 10-day daily breakout and daily break down and out. Stacks, bouncers, and toppers, which unfortunately I just couldn't look at it all today. And then the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, this is what I use in the pre-market. I'm finding that it's not as, what's the word I want, crucial. I mean, I still will do it because I want to see what the news is. I want to see if something's up because of something, massive news, or down because of massive news, be it an earnings play or some other news, especially if it's a bio. But I'm not finding it as important for me to do because of the races. The races are going to tell me, what's happening. So, but I will still do it. Been doing it for years and years and years. So Save my link, then you can have all of that information anytime you want it. All right, Swell Chaser, one more, and I'm going to just delete you, okay? We've already given you no politics, okay? I don't care what you think of your president. I couldn't care less, okay? Just not talk about it, okay? I'm going to get a little teed off if I see any more like that, and I'll just ban you, okay? I'm sorry. Okay, let's see what is happening. Nothing is really that. CGTX. Wow, still crazy active. Crazy, crazy active. What was the news on that? After the company, I know you mentioned it. Spark. Okay, Alzheimer's. Okay. Well, let's cheer them on, guys. Cheer it on if it can possibly work. Yeah, there'll be another version for the test drive, Mike G. I'm not sure when it's coming, but the test drive starts on the 15th, so I would assume it's going to be next week for sure. Oh, that smoother version? No, that is going to be a while. That is a completely different. It's not like just an upgrade, like a new dev version. It is a complete different way. It's probably going to be. It could be months. Hopefully by the end of the year. You're talking about what I demonstrated, how it really drifts up to the top in a far better way. No, it's going to take a while. Oh, a glutton for punishment on this nerve. I hope you make it this time. Yeah, Dave W. in our other room, YouTube room. I know there's some. They are going to have. I've seen a glimpse of what's upcoming, but again, this is all with our new server technology. Okay, so I don't know when that. I mean, hopefully by the end of the year. I know well, we're August right now, so it's a big, big undertaking by the company. Well, it'd be easier if we were IBM. Well, maybe not, because if we're IBM, it'd be like an ocean liner trying to turn around and make changes. But the thing is, I mean, we're a small company, and we only have, certain number of people that can do dev work. That's the issue more than anything. It'll pull back to 540. Okay, let's see if that can possibly happen. Boy, you look at this weekly chart. I mean, the next high is 647. What did it get up to? Got up to 627. Got very close to that high looking left. This is really interesting watching this one to see if, man, maybe, just maybe. All right, guys. TPIC. What are you? This is a little break here, guys. TPIC. Another earnings play. Look at all these. Look at all these companies releasing earnings that most don't know about. Wow, you got the 540. Did you ever get the 540? Now let's see what happens from here. See if it holds five. What's this float on this one? So 13.3 million. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see. I'm interested in this one too. The longer it holds five. 522 or so probably gets me in. It's just that it doesn't look like it wants to hold five yet. Yeah. Well, stick an alert up here at around 520. Bit of a spread issue right now too. 507, 515. Bit of a spread issue. I remember talking about ATUS, yeah, earlier. Just watching the CGTX, I want to see if it can just hold that. Okay, guys, well, let's see if this has any sort of a late day pop. Yes. Okay. Well, good for you, Zach. Just transferred some out. And now, as you say, playing with house money. Let's see if it can get anywhere close to that high. Come on, just push this thing through. We need some volume to keep coming in to CGTX. All right, well, that was it, guys. That was it. Well, made a little bit, obviously not as much as I wanted. I was really hoping it would maybe get closer to 6, but okay, done. I think I'm done, guys. I don't want to do anything more. I'm fried. So I think I'll put myself on mute. I think I'm done. 3:18. I'll keep it up. I mean, I usually put myself on mute around 3, but so tomorrow, I never know on the SIGA, SIGA. Let's see if it has any follow through. The all-time highs were up here, when it was really roaring before the FDA kind of threw water on them, cold water on them, 2270. Wearing me out. It is. It's exciting as all get out, but boy, oh boy. It only wears you out because we're trying to see everything, and well, for me anyway, just and not getting into some of the things I wish I could get into because I've just missed it. It'll be Chris. Chris is there Monday to Friday. Okay, 3:30. Well, 12:30 Pacific time. Yeah, 3:30 to 4:30. It's always Chris Monday to Friday. Let me put the YouTube link in, guys, before I head out. Oh, I see that post. Thank you, Harris. I appreciate that. And look at this Pags all day. I mean, boring, but well, I wouldn't even call it boring. I mean, it's up 20%. And I mean, it's not like it gapped up. It didn't really gap up. Look at the pre-market. It was sitting at 1239. So the first trade was around 1250 and also, I mean, that just started right from that's the first trade of the day or the first 15-minute candle. And even from there, 1333, that's been a really, really nice little trade. Well, that's why you got to move to Canada. You see, we have no PDT in Canada. Look at Tupperware, guys, still strong. Another one, really no action in the pre-market. Actually, in fact, it dipped a little bit when the market opened. And then that 10 o'clock candle got it back up to kind of even. And then from there, from 940 to 1091, almost, almost without any pullback. Well, I don't mind a slow mover like that, Ija, like a TUP or a PAGS. I mean, it's a slow mover, but it's giving, at the end of the day, a nice percentage increase. Again, I know I'm repeating myself. I've been repeating myself probably for 2 weeks. I just want to try to take advantage of this low float mania while it still exists. And after that, then we'll be looking at other types of trades because they're not going to be around forever. Strange brew. Somebody in our YouTube room said the only thing I know, the only all my information from Canada is from watching Strange Brew. No, but I don't have, actually, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. I don't have our YouTube room. I don't have a float filter. So it's not like I'm only looking for things that are low floats. It just happens that, obviously for something to really move quickly, it probably is a low float. That's all. It doesn't mean, but I don't have a filter that prevents me from seeing a PAGS or anything like that. But it's got to be moving for me to see it here. That's all. All right, SIGA. This will be an interesting one even after hours, guys, to keep an eye on the SIGA. If it holds 20, you're going to get people involved, I think. It holds this 20 level. Well, Wolf, I grew up in Quebec, and that's the best maple syrup in the world, in my opinion, and right from the tree. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. As I get ready to just shut this down. In fact, let me get my script together so I can shut the room down. I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up in the YouTube room. Yeah, undiscovered. Letterkenny is kind of undiscovered. A real sleeper. Okay, guys, I know it's not quite 3:30, but I think I'd just like to shut down now. So, not YouTube, of course. Well, guys, thanks for all of the help. Chris, just a minute. I'm just shutting down the other room. Okay.
Sounds good.
In fact, just before I do, I will put the YouTube link in again. Okay, so that they can head over and listen to you jabber on for an hour.
Ready? And I've made the screen swap.
Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, there's your YouTube link, guys, in the main room. So, thank you again for all of the help. I'll open the room tomorrow at just a minute. I know why it didn't work. Just give me a moment. I always have to end with a little script, Chris, in the other rooms. So people know when it's open. Okay, so I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we will see you then. Bye-bye. All right, Chris, it's all yours, my friend.
All righty. Thank you, Barry. You go get your vocal cord some rest, and we'll do it all again to wrap up the week tomorrow.
All right.
Also,
Thanks,
before you run, real quick,
yes.
I am gone next week, so no 3:30s.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, let
so
people
don't miss
know
me
that.
too much.
I'll miss you, that's for sure. But I'm not going to do it. So
no, I don't expect you to. So, okay. All right, Barry, you have a good one. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay. You too. Bye-bye.
So happy Thursday, Friday Junior, everybody. Jim, Wolf, Raj, we're doing all right over here. We've had a crazy day. We say this every day, but just unbelievable. Harry, how are you? Yeah, just what a day. Today I was able to do a little more trading. A lot of other stuff going on here behind the scenes, trying to get this new build out for you folks here, our new beta. But I mean, what a day, Nerve. You can see how many times I took, as I was selling all the way up here, and I thought it was a genius. I got in here, selling all the way up. I'm like, yeah, this is great. It does that right after I closed out. But, that's the way we play the game. GovX, I did not see this coming here. What a blast off that was. What do you even say about that? FRGE, this was another one I traded today. Grabbed some here and was selling all the way up. And again, thought I was a genius here. And then it did that. But, that's if you can, if you see a move like that and you get this section of the move every time to the positive, I mean, can you really complain? No, I don't think you can. Dave, what's happening? So yeah, I feel like I traded something else today, but I don't remember what anymore. That's how today feels like it's been 6 days. Oh, I know what it was. SOPA, but I just took a scalp in this, although it did end up moving up nice. I took a small scalp in this. Ended up going, but I took it in the time I say I normally don't like to take trades. And I couldn't resist. Kind of broke my rules a little bit, and so I took that, and now it's really giving it up, obviously, but I mean, what a day. And then there was something else that moved, and it was really a big float. Was it ATER? I should have taken it. No, I mean, it's not a small float, but I wouldn't call it a big float. AR, is this one? No, not that. Gee, which one was it now? There was something that was like 100 million in a float that really went crazy for a little bit here. I can't remember what it was. Was it this one? Yeah, this one. Yeah, so this was strange because this is 100 million in the float, 107 million in the float, and really went nuts. So, yeah, I don't even know what to say to that. So it doesn't just have, that's why I don't put a float limitation on any of my scanners, because I don't want, what if it's a 300 million float stock today and it's going to go nuts? What if it's a 3 million float stock today and it's going to go nuts? I don't want to limit myself what I'm looking at by that. I want momentum. I don't care what the float is in the momentum. So yeah, good stuff today. A lot of stuff coming through the scanner. I didn't, obviously you can't trade it all. BBIO, that's a huge move early, pulled back. This is when I was kind of kicking myself for not grabbing on the pullback, but I went for SOPA instead when I started seeing it again coming back through. It was right around here, just after noon, I started seeing it again. It would have been a nice move to have through there, that's for sure. ADT breaking through horizontal resistance already, broke through 200, decent volume. Let's take a look. And again, as I always mention, if anybody has questions here, whatever the questions are, they're software-based questions. Who are we? What are we doing? What are we talking about? Please make sure to fire those away. Like I said, when there aren't software-related questions, I kind of just start going through some charts and talking about, moving averages or support and resistance and so on and so forth. Making, surmising that everybody's kind of comfortable where they are with the software when there aren't software related questions. So yeah, ADT, big move today. Real big move. Why is my race hung up? No, don't do that. Okay. ADT, I was wondering if it was that security system. Yeah, so there we go. 176 mil on the float. Nice day. 5%, a little over 5%, 5.25% there. I know, that's like kind of a normal move for a big move versus what we're seeing. Yeah, big level through here, I'd say. Pushing up through that. And then obviously $8 is going to be a big level too. But, well, let's just consider what it's doing given the market today, because the market's really sideways and choppy. So we had a pretty good gap up in the market today, right? And then we gave it up. And actually, if we watch ADT, gave it up for a while with it, but then the market just chopped all sideways, and ADT kind of caught itself here and really been off to the races ever since. So showing relative strength to the rest of the market in general outside of these, say outside the opening hour and a half. Oh yeah, I would, for the bulls overall, for the overall market, yes, I would say the same thing too, because the bears are going to get worn out, and you don't want to be holding short here. Bring back up a SPY chart, but we'll bring it up on daily too. You don't want to be holding short here now while we're sitting sideways for a while. I mean, it could accordion and build one way or the other, and build and go one way or the other. Because look, we saw it do it here. We went sideways here and then we gave up real hard. But it just becomes discouraging for the bulls to have had us down on the mat again. We get this move up and then this move down and this move up. So they got us back on the mat down here. I don't say us because I neither subscribe to being a bull nor a bear, although I do prefer bull markets. It's much nicer to trade. Regardless, I don't consider myself a perma bull or a perma bear or anything like that. But again, the bears had the bulls on the mats here, and then all of a sudden you get inflation's much higher than we thought it was, or it's coming in hotter than everybody thought it was, and you still got war going on, and then you've got the Fed bringing rates up even more, and you have other unpolitical political unrest with I don't know. There's something else that was happening politics wise, right? I don't remember. It doesn't matter to me. My point being is, a lot of macro nonsense going on, and the bears think they've got it. They don't got it. And we break that downtrend. We break this line that I really felt was a very big deal, that 393 line. And so there's, a lot of feathers going in the caps of the bulls right now, I'd say. So, that's kind of where that all sits right now. I maintain, just be careful. I don't think it's a full risk on environment. And what I mean by risk on environment is, you can let things ride a little more forgiving on the pullbacks, where, in here, when we had these moves down like this, a pullback on a trade that you were in was not a pullback. It was going down. That was it. Where now, during this move here, a lot of that, a pullback on a trade might just only be a pullback to some kind of support or resistance and a move back up again. That seems to be more likely of a scenario in trade management versus here. A pullback was not a pullback. A pullback was get out of your stock, you're crashing, you're going to get stopped out type of thing. We're not seeing that at the moment. Could we? I don't know. I don't predict those things, but we move and we adjust accordingly like that. So sorry, just a message came in me here. So that's that quote, commenting on the bulls, bears, and sideways. Bears keep trying to pick the top of mRNA. They reported, was it yesterday, mRNA? And it would be good if I typed the symbol right. There we go. They reported yesterday. We were discussing that, a lot of big drug makers reported yesterday, and so far so good. And again, it's got relative strength to the SPY moving sideways mostly today, or chopping around. SPY now it's negligibly up again. A lot of topping and bottoming shadows going on with that right now. But so just cleared this, clearing this level in here. I think that's a pretty good and big deal. Yep, for sure on mRNA. Let's see. RBLX continues its strength into earnings next week. Walmart, I'm sure it looks like it's about to test major support levels again. Yeah, we were looking at Airbnb the other day. I think we were talking about, right? Airbnb. So it still looks real strong after earnings here. And Roblox, RBLX. Big deal to get through there. That's going to be the real big deal for Roblox. So pushing right up against that level now. We'll see. I watched Office Hours replay last night, and they had a 1-minute race running. Do you know how to set that up? So, Cody, you need the 1-minute custom filter, because 1-minute filters don't default into topless, only into alert windows, but the code exists within the system. So you have to put it into your account. But it won't be U45 for you. It was U45 for Jamie because it's your customs are unique to each individual's account. So the U's start off as U0 and they can go all the way up to U99. And that's how that works. So if you email us to support, let me type it out here, support@trade-ideas.com. We can put that 1-minute filter in there, and then you just have to add it to erase yourself afterwards. We can't, there's not a way for us to add that into the race. It's tricky for us to do it, because if I have a custom in a scan and I share it with you, it's going to translate to the U link that equals that custom for you, not that equals that custom for me, if that makes sense. So you have to load it in yourself to the scan, but we can stick that in. Unless you're familiar with customs already, then you just add that yourself. Yeah, you won't be able to do it unless you have the custom yourself. I mean, I could walk us through, like we do a custom, an add custom exercise here, and people could follow along on screen if they want. I don't have any problem doing that. Let me know. And then from there, once it's in your account, you just have to look for it. So for example, let me show you here. Configure. If we come to search, you're going to see here at the bottom all these different customs that I have in my account here. U9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 29, 22, 21, so on and so forth. Now, none of these are like magic customs. They're all just nonsense from things that I was, testing for other users and whatever. I just never delete them. But, you can see change 1 minute. I have that in my, as U16. If we do that as an exercise, it'll be, I don't know what it'll be for you. It'll be based on how many customs you've done in the past. So just set up a race that has stocks that are going down a day, high relative volume, down at least 0.25% in the past 15 minutes, then sorted by 15 minutes based on the delta. I would say, all right, yes. Yeah, so I would, we'll go over the custom in a second, but to Harry's thing here, I would say that I don't like to sort on anything anymore, other than if I'm moving up, I want it changed from the open, and with the biggest on top. And if I'm moving down, I want to change from the open with the smallest on top. And that's how I would do everything. If you're really looking for just like scalp stuff, then I guess you could sort it by change in 15 minutes, or whichever whatever change you want to go with like that. But I like this the best, so far anyways, from what I've done. And I was messing around with the change 1 minute for a while and some other stuff, because I was, aside from Dan and Brad, I was the first to the races. Before everybody else here, I was really, really using them to trade, and kind of switch back to day trading because of those. So that's my 2 cents on it. But what I tell people is, just because something works for me doesn't mean it works for you. And just because I don't care for it doesn't mean you shouldn't care for it. I really think people should experiment with these things, because I think we've really just scratched the surface with them and what they can do. I've just kind of found my happy place for the time being. And I'm going to, ride this cash cow till it doesn't work anymore. And then when that happens, I'll go back to the drawing board and do something else. But for now, what I've got going on with the scan here, I mean, I'm just going to kind of stick it out for right now. Onwards to customs, though. All right, so everybody go to trade-ideas.com. Load up a web page. Let me bring over one here. All right, here we go. So you're on trade-ideas.com. Go to login here. All right. And you'll have to log into your account. I'll give everybody a second to get there. And I see my numbers dropping. Don't believe in me, people. Stick around. Hang out. Give everybody another moment here to get over to there. All right, so once we're on this page, you're going to see this account management stuff over here. And under number 3, account, you're going to look for custom formulas. You're going to go ahead and give that a click. All right, and once we're in here, if you have customs, you'll see them like this here already. And again, there's no magic custom in here. It's all 99.9% gibberish in there, all right? But you'll see this here where it says create new, this PDF doc, and these filter codes for formulas. The PDF doc has some instructions on how customs work, all right? And there's a few of the codes that are in here because all this comes from short codes within the system. Mike, see what's happening? So if I right click and open link in new tab, it's going to come up and give you an overview of how the overall formula editor works. Also, I'm going to give everybody the user's guide section of that as well to go over at their leisure. Copy link, paste. There we go. All right, so save that link, bookmark that link that I just shared with you all as well. Now in here, as we scroll down, there's different descriptions of how this all works. Like I told you before, it chooses an icon between U0 and U99 to represent the formula. U is for user, so on and so forth. All right. Talks about units, the source codes, and then it goes on to how I described how some top lists don't have some of these formulas built into them, but we can add them. All right. Goes into graphics and things like that. All right. I wouldn't get caught up on graphics or any of that stuff unless you start to get really, really down the rabbit hole of customs. But a lot of this also is gone over in the user's guide link that I just shared with you all. All right. And then as we come down, some operators here for if you're building out some stuff and linking some of these short codes together. All right. And then we start with some of the other data that exist. Price, last, all right. Most recent close, expected open, seconds after the open, day of the week. All right. So these are all short codes that we can copy and put into the formula editor itself. All right. High for the pre-market, low for the pre-market, today's high, today's low, day of the week. Here we go. 1 equals Monday, 2 equals Tuesday, 3 Wednesday, 4 Thursday, 5 Friday, so on and so forth. We have volume per share or volume shares per minute in 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute, 30 minutes. So all of these are, right in there. All right. V up 1, that's your volume 1 minute, V up 5, right? We don't have a 60-minute one. We don't have a 7-minute one. So you can't do that. You can't just say V up 7 and get volume over the last 7 minutes, for example. It doesn't exist within the system. You have to stick with what exists in the system. So again, there's all these different codes that are in here. We want to get back to the 1 minute one. So some codes are in that PDF. Most of them are in this here, filter codes for custom formulas. So if we open that up, we'll get this here and you'll see the codes, the units, and the name. All right. If we come and scroll down a little ways, we will come across change 1 minute dollar, change 1 minute percent. All right. So we want to take this one here. All right. Highlight it, copy it, come back to the formula editor, go to create new. All right. And you're going to post that in here, paste. All right. And description, change 1 minute percent. All right. The units is percent. Mine is pre-filling because I've done this a bunch of times already. But, you type that out however you want to have it go through like that. And now you'll have that and you'll press save. And you'll see original source code and it'll have that icon just like that. And it'll tell you what your U factor is up there. All right. Now, if you do this wrong, all right, now I'm just going to add a random O there. It'll say error, right? And it's pointing to where the error is. All right. So that's how you'll know if it went in right or didn't go in right. And then we can return to the list. I want to delete U23 because I don't need it. That's really it. That's, the very basics of how this all works. And there is some creative stuff you can do. I know there are some users that get very creative with it and they've got their scans that they love because of it. I just never really much found a need for customs. I tried to play around a little bit with it. Just didn't really equal a whole lot for me. So that's what I got. If anybody has questions on that, let me know. Otherwise, we'll move on forward with that. And I will minimize that for now. FAZE, Steve was talking about keeping an eye on that. Boom. Bit of a spread on there. Not as liquid as I would like. Oil's breaking down at Oxy and falling below major support levels. Made good swing short and safe one as they can open up down while the market opens up. Yeah, oil is one of those things right now. As I said it months ago, and my thesis played out. I said back here, as soon as the government started talking about price caps on oil and all those things like that, I said, I think the energy trade is done. I said, I think oil prices will remain high. Oil stocks will suffer. So far, nailed it. We've had this small, weak bounce on lighter volume. All right. Look at the volume that was going on that led to that big rise, right? Whoops, that was a terrible line. That big rise through here. And then we had weak volume to finish out that last move up, right? And then look at that heavy volume that comes in on the selling, right? And then a little more heavy volume on some selling in here. And then the volume starts to dissipate after we start a rally. So, yeah. Like I said, I think oil prices remain high. Oil stocks don't participate. That's what I believe. Natural gas, another story. But XOP, unfortunately, the exploration for oil and gas is not being held up by that. I'm guessing UNG probably isn't looking great either right now, though. No, UNG's holding up really well. Went nuts yesterday. So, like I said, if you're looking to play energy bullish, natural gas, I do believe is where you want to be. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. So far, chart confirms. So that's kind of where where I am on all of this. Alrighty. Very good, very good. Yes, PAGS does look great. I actually made it a candidate for the Trader's Eye. Michael said, you're going to make a swing trade with something that's up 30%. And I said, look at the runs this thing has gone on in the past. Yes, I am, as a matter of fact, going to make that. And I mean, if you had entered that today and you don't take some profit, I'm sorry, but, I don't know what else I can say. ZWS, where do I see resistance? Let's take a look here. ZWS. Where do I see resistance? So what I normally like to do, let's do this. I like to look at highs and lows of the day and work from there. I'm going to just draw resistance randomly. And, well, there you have it, sports fans. Now, I just drew that here without looking left at all at first, just to see what lines up. And it lines up there, and it lines up there, and it lines up there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there, and there. So today's where it stalled out on the high of the day. I'd call that resistance. So way back here, support, support, support. Gave up that support. Popped through and came back under. So now I'm calling that resistance. Came up, couldn't get through, resistance, came up, slammed back down, blocked again, blocked again. So prior support becomes resistance all through here now. So that's what I'm looking at. And just as a note, we've been able to get about a week's worth of closes above this and then give it up. However, Part of that is going to be because of earnings. So, when you're considering swing positions or anything like that, I'm one of those people that I don't hold through earnings. I'm not saying I never would. I'm not saying I never have. But as my general rule, I do not hold through earnings. Someone unplug Power Hour. I guess. I don't know. Let's see what's happening. I mean, look at this moving SF. Well, all right, no. The spread isn't terrible. It's just not liquid. OMER, what's happening here? OMER, nice little move here coming into the close. 1 cent spread on it. Some stuff moving here. So we're coming into the close. Let's look at what's won some races recently. So Note won a few races. Look at that move on Note. Bang. Crappy spread though. B-Hat. Not a great move. Yeah, no, Power Hour is a little lackluster. I'm going to go with you on this one. I mean, just compare. Look at PAGS. It's so freaking strong today. I called this one 2 days ago, too. I should have. 23% just today. This thing's up like 50% in a couple of days. Yeah. Thing's up 50% in 4 days. Wow. And this was coming through races on this day here. I was coming through some races and I noticed it. Outstanding. So, Cody, I see that you sent an email in. Did what we go through not resonate for you? Let me know, because we went through how to add that 1 minute filter there. Too fast. All right, so I'm going to bring it back up again. That's why I didn't close it out. All right. So come back to the formula editor page. All right. Let me know when you're on the formula editor page. Stay with me on this. All right. We're going to get you there. Yeah, of course. It's going to be easier for me to do it with you here than through email instructions. That's why I want to try to get you there now. All right. And of course, anybody with questions still, fire those away. I can multitask here. So again, let me know when you're back on the formula editor page and we'll move forward from there. So AHPI, some volume. Look at that 1 minute volume that's coming in. Look at the volume that was here. Whoa, AHPI, 3 million float. I mean, the market's about to close in 2-1 casino close. But for those that might be looking for a post-market move, could be there. I don't know. All right, you're there. Perfect. So now that we're here, see where it says filter codes for custom formulas? I want you to go into that, but open it as another tab. Right click, open link in another tab, right? And that'll bring you here. Let me know when you're here. So PSTX was coming on strong into the close. Some heavy volume. What else? And again, let me know when you're on pick there. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. All right. And so on the filter codes, we're going to scroll down a little ways here. Right. So we're passing the range filters. All right. Range, options, volume. We're passing gap. All right. Consecutive candles. And then after consecutive candles, we get to the change. The first one is change in dollars for 1 minute. The second one's change in percent. We're going to highlight change in percent and copy it. All right. And then we're going to come back to the formula editor. Let me know when you've highlighted it and you're back to the formula editor. So Bring these compare count windows over. Keep things going here on the trade and stuff. New highs, new lows are really fighting with each other on all fronts for market caps right there. And look at the SPY here. I think, the bulls can consider today a win. Why can they consider today a win? This is why. Let's scroll out a little ways on this 15-minute chart and really illustrate what's happening here for a minute. There's that 393 line. We gapped up, took off, came back, kept going. Gapped up, pull back, kept going. 2 days of sideways action, slightly down, right? And we have a gap up and go yesterday. Slightly down today, all right? At the close, we're slightly down, I believe. That sideways action continues, I think, to frustrate bears and discourage. So I see another there. I like it. I like it. So, all right, now we're going to go to create new, all right? And when we're in the create new, we're going to, where it says source code, we're going to paste what we did and just make sure it pastes correctly, all right? See how mine just pasted way out in the middle of nowhere? Make sure it pastes up there. Description, you're going to name it change 1 minute. Right? And then in units, you're going to give it a percent value as well. All right. You just, you might not have it as a predefined, like see how I click and it comes right up for me. You might have to, just put percent in there, type it in there actually, but that's easy enough. And then once you're done there, you're going to press save. Let me know when you got that saved. All right. And it should look like this here. Afterwards, you should see it like this. So when you have it and it says original source and it's got this icon here and whatever your U icon will be different than mine. Let me know when that's there, and then I will walk you in how to get it into the scan itself. Because I actually did skip that part before. I didn't think of that. Righty. There we go. Mine's U0. Yep. So that means that's your first custom ever that you've done. All right. And so you've got the original source code, all that done. Beautiful. Okay. Now what I want you to do is this. We're going to get rid of this here. And we're going to, on our menu bar, I want you to go to account and I want you to reset your connection. Okay. Once we've done that, now we can come into, get rid of this. We can come into the race. All right. And so let me know when you've reset the connection and you're ready to add it to the race. And we're going to walk through step by step on the race. So here we are, like I said, with the SPY. I think that's really constructive for the bulls like that. You had a nice run. We've had a lot of sideways. We haven't gone up too far off this over that 410 range. And unless something comes in, unless we start seeing major layoffs across the country, I think we know a lot of the bad news that's out there. We know inflation is bad. We know it's not going anywhere. We know all these things. We know, there's threats of war and a war going on at the same time. I think the bulls kind of, got the feather in the cap. They kind of got a green light. They're feeling good right now. It doesn't mean the bears can't come right in and swap it right out from them. I'm just saying, feeling kind of good for the bulls right now. Let's look at the Qs real quick. And so same kind of theme here. I felt like this line here was a big deal. And very similar to what we saw on the SPYs there. Nice. Good to know. Thanks, Raj. I appreciate that. I'd like to know that scan that I shared with you folks is looking good. That makes me feel good, you know, that I'm contributing something to this community here. So going back on this here with the cues. All right. So Cody, I think that okay means you're ready to install this into the scan. So the cues, you know, big move on the cues, a pullback, but a big move off that pullback still, and another big move, and we go sideways again. We get a big up day yesterday, a sideways day yesterday, and so off that high rate there, we're not, you know, I like to draw these boxes like this actually on ranges. So we've got that range, and now we've got this range, right? So, you know, I just, you know, maybe a little more risk on. Maybe I need to start looking at some real serious swing plays again. We'll see. We'll see. I just, you know, these races have been so good. All right. So now that we're there, all right, Cody, I want you to, on the race, I want you to right click and come to configure on the race. All right. And I don't think you should see this set up for the race yet. But if that comes up, press advance. And we want to get this window here. Once we're in there, I want you to search. All right. Change 1 minute, all right, and find your U0, all right? Let me know when you found that, and you're going to click on it, and you're going to go show column, all right? Let me know when you've done that. So search, change 1 minute, and again, just in case I went too fast there, you're going to right-click the scan, the race, configure, and you're going to get this window here. We're going to come to search and change 1 minute. All right. And again, you're going to look for your U0. You're going to select that, and you're going to show column. Let me know when you've shown that column. Yep, it's there. All right, beautiful. All right, so now that we've added that as a column, let me show column here for me as well in this race, just for fun. All right. We're going to press OK. Press OK again, now that we've added that, right? And if we right-click and we go to show race setup, we can go based on and change 1 minute will be there. Although it's not there for me. What did I do wrong? Figure. Did I not add it? Oh, I pressed cancel before. I bet that's what happened. There it is. All right. So in the race setup, change 1 minute. Nope, just show column. All you have to do is show the column. You don't need to add the filter because you want to race on the 1 minute filter, right? This is where you want to see the 1 minute filter. Let me know in that drop down menu based on. Because I was actually at the beginning, I was racing on this instead of change from open. But I like the change from open better. It ended up working out better for me. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Big time. Right. So the filter that you're using in there essentially, and this, you know, hopefully everybody's getting a little something out of this here. You know, the filter that you're using, you're not scanning on it. You're racing on it. If we were scanning on it, then we would add the filter to the scan. If you notice, you know, in the configure of the scan, you know, we're not scanning on that here, right? That's not part of what we're doing inside the scan, actually. It's just, you can only race on the column. So to take this a step further, to illustrate how the columns work, at the core of every race is a top list. So if we right click, we can go to open top list and we'll get the core top list of the race. And if you notice here, let me expand this out. Change 1 minute is one of the columns, right? And so whatever we have displayed as columns is what we can race on. and we don't need it in the scan. We can display the data of it, even though we're not scanning based on it, even though the filter is not an active scanning filter, we're racing on it. So glad that worked out. Good stuff, good stuff. Changing that back to change from open. And voila. Actually, let me fix this all up. No, I didn't have any changes on my layout, so we're good. We're good to go. Perfecto. So, all right, everybody. That was good. I hope some people got some good stuff out of PAGS. What are you doing? You got me. You got me. What's going on here? Moving in the post market, some movers and shakers, a little bit, nothing too crazy, but I mean, for post market, it's not a bad little volume bar right there, actually. So cracked up there. So I don't know. I have a feeling this thing gets a little run in it tomorrow, and then maybe it starts to give some back after a little run tomorrow. Maybe not. Maybe not. You know, look, there's a lot of people that are going to look at that and say it's extended, and I'll say, yeah, you're definitely right. It's extended, but wasn't it extended here when it did that, and here when it did that? So we know it can do it. Does it mean it will do it? No. We don't know. It doesn't mean it will do it, but it's totally possible. All right, Cody, that's a step in the right direction. No doubt about that. And just, you know, the biggest thing, man, for everybody, please take the paper trading just as seriously as you do the live trading. Before you hit that buy button, make sure you know, you pick the stop, have a reason you pick the stop, right? And it doesn't mean at the beginning of having the stop and picking the reason on your stop that it's going to just work. But you won't know if it works or doesn't work until about, let's say, 20 trades in or so. And journal these trades. I think it's really important. Go back at the end of the day, you know, you can go back and say, you know, I took these trades. I entered this trade because of this. I set my stop because of this. I thought my potential upside was this. This is how that trade went. If you journal all your trades and then you go back through at the end of every week and you look at all your trades that didn't work. Why didn't that trade work? Then look at all your trades that did work. Why did that trade work? And then make a column, your work column and didn't work column, and start putting the reasons on each trade, why it did or didn't work, why it did or did work. And you're going to see the same reasons show up every single time. And that was kind of how I built how I share size and do everything that I do, was based on a trading journal that I did for about, I don't know, I was pretty good at it for about 8 months, give or take. Now, with that said, I didn't pay enough attention to what I was doing with that trading journal. But when I went back and paid more attention to it and then really started working some stuff on it, that was where I started to find some consistent success. So, you know, a lot of my pains and what took me so long to, I still won't say I'm a successful trader, but to be a less bad trader, let's call it, that become a less bad trader was when I really started paying attention to why do these trades not work? What's consistent on the not working? And it all came down to no risk management every single time. That's what it was. Poor risk management or lack of risk management. So anyways, that's life in the fast lane there. So yeah, it's a good way to do it, especially at the beginning when you're learning. You know, I think letting your winners run is something you have to learn to do. It doesn't just happen. You know, cutting your losses short, letting your winners run. Really easy to say, hard in practice. HYLN. Who are you? Why are you moving on this? Some volume coming in here after the market. Interesting. Traded $1 million today. Nice little uptrend on it here. But not crazy volume. It's a liquid stock, but not heavy volume. So, you know, traded 1.4 mil shares, but doing about its normal volume. So interesting nonetheless to look at. So, all right, that's life in the trading lane. What else is happening here? What else is happening here? Lyft, we're moving. Lyft is moving. So had earnings. Put out a Twitter comment the other day about this downtrend, ugly downtrend, and someone's like, "Oh, have fun being short and getting squeezed." I said, I didn't say anything about being short. I just said it's a downtrend. I mean, it's a pretty clear downtrend right there. No, is it bucking it right now? Yeah. I wish all the best for Lyft. Hope they make $11 million a Lyft. But downtrend's a downtrend. It's bucking it now. I always find people get so upset and take things personal when you're just pointing something out on the chart. I'm not the one that made the chart go down. I don't think I've actually ever taken a trade of Lyft in my entire life, as a matter of fact. So, but downtrend, no. Unless I missed something, unless I don't understand Dow theory. But anyways, having a nice little move here the last couple of days with earnings coming into it. A positive reaction from the market with it, so it's all good stuff. Let's bring up some earnings. Let's take a look. Squeeze that down. Squeeze that way. Squeeze that way. So who's that? Eli Lilly. More drug makers, right? Yeah, they're pharmaceutical. Yeah. Sorry, I just want to get these columns a little bit, and I guess we'll wrap the day up with some earnings comments here. Take a look at stuff going into tomorrow. All right, there we go. So we can see, change from January 1st here on some of these. Make sure that they're all in line with the earnings date. 0.25 means this morning. 0.75 means this afternoon. So Eli reported this morning. All right. And market didn't like it. It was on a nice little uptrend here, Nice little swing right out of that level. Came back, tested there. Nice little run. Came back, tested just above. Nice run. Consolidated and just gave it up. Well, interesting for that. Alibaba. Ali Oxenfree. Tough, just like the rest of China. Tough stuff here. KWeb was up again today, almost at 30. The KWeb. I'm just looking at another screen with the scanner on there. So, use MACD indicator. Yeah, very popular. Very popular. Well, part of the key getting in before it makes those moves is these races, illustrating stuff. You just got to kind of be glued to them and watching that stuff. But, look, this came in 13 times today, and it started probably coming in when it broke 250 and that move. But don't make any mistake about this. Look at this move. Sure, that's a big 15-minute candle there. Look at that topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow, topping shadow, bottoming shadow, topping shadow. That's not easy emotionally to hold through that stuff. You're here, let's say you get the trade and you get in here, let's say, and all of a sudden you see this big spike and then it gives it up and it's like, oh, geez, I'm going to use numbers as an example. It was up $100 right here. Now I'm only up $50 now here. And but I'm back up $75 here, and now I'm back only up $60 here. Holding through that stuff is not easy, and that's why I really cannot stress enough. Yes, that's a huge move that happened here, but even if you only caught this part of the move every single time out of this huge move, you're a winner, right? So just, keep those things in mind. Definitely keep those things in mind, kind of realistically, what part of the move we're trying to capture. Hindsight looking back, here, I traded this today. Not GovX, FRGE. Let me get rid of this post-market stuff here. I caught from here to here with exiting portions in here and here as well, all right? But look at the entire move that happened. Yeah, part of me says, gee, Chris, could you imagine if you took, even if I just took 100 shares here on the $5 break and I sold it at $8? I mean, $300 out of a 100 share lot, right? It's just not, look at this on a 5-minute chart. Look at the emotions you have to go through to have gotten that, It's that's hard. That's hard to hold through that stuff, Now imagine you had 1,000 shares of that, right? And watching those P&L numbers fluctuate. And there's a lot of traders say, oh, take your P&L off the screen and so on and so forth. You take your P&L off the screen. I'll leave mine on. Thank you very much. So, be realistic about this stuff. Someone that grabs, let's say, someone that grabs 3,000 shares here on a $5 break and they go up 50 cents, 60 cents. You can tell me they're not going to sell some of that? Get the heck out of here, man. Sure, grab 3,000 shares. You move 50 cents. You better believe I'm selling it, 2/3 of that, maybe something like that. So, this is the realistic stuff, the realistic trader talk that you got to really think about and how mentally you have to condition yourself for these things. Now, I'm not saying it's not possible to get a larger portion of this move than I got. All I'm saying is realistically look at this. All right. Now look at it. Even let's break it down more on a 3-minute chart. All right. You get this whole move up here, and on a 3-minute chart, look at all these green bars in a row, and you get this big capitulation candle here on a 3-minute chart. Is it going to come more? Now, look, on a 3-minute chart, really obeyed this 8 EMA all day long. And it broke it here, and when it finally broke it here, it broke down. It really capitulated here. These things become relevant to us and what we're looking at and what we're trading. I'm looking at 15-minute charts, I'm looking here. All of a sudden, we get pretty extended for a minute off this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart. And I'm already up on it, I'm up pretty good. I got to take some. Again, I left some on the table, left a lot on the table. I'm okay with it. I'm no Barry. I am no wizard at all this stuff. I'm still, finding my way in my risk management. I shouldn't say risk management, but my upside management. I still need a lot of work there. But I like to keep things realistic. That's all. That's what I'm trying to illustrate here. So anyone know IPOs want to use anchored view out for first day of trading? Trade idea staff put up an IPO scanner, custom formulas, cannot find anchor view out. Did Michael get that IPO scanner out yet? Yep, IPO stocks. All right, interesting. So just on the Market Explorer, Michael is just, man, he is cooking away here. Look at all this stuff. All these scans that he's done. MACD trend play. Moving average crossovers. Oh, these moving average crossovers. Oops, didn't mean to do that. So there's an IPO one here. Oh, sorry, Mike. I didn't realize you meant on the chart. I'm sorry. I was confusing. I thought you were pointing out the IPO scanner. Don't mind me. This is what happens when I start working at 5 o'clock in the morning. Cody will be a wizard before we know it. He's got the beginnings of customs down. So customs are a rabbit hole too. Total rabbit hole. So Peter, are you still here? Before we wrap up for the day, Peter, let me know if you're still here because I saw your email come in. Wanna make sure we get you a little more info here before we part ways for the day. Paging a Mr. Peter Smith. I'm gonna first off, I want to share this scan here. I may have created a monster. That's what I want to hear. I like that. I want to see something here. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. So anybody that wants this earnings scan here, this is just the earnings for the day. All right. If anybody wants that, that's just reporting earnings for the day. So if anybody would like that, I want to test something here. Load from cloud. It doesn't save properly still with the columns. All right. I have to work on that one. Anyways, if anybody wants that, it's there. All right. Maybe Mr. Peter Smith checked out on the day here. I wanted to help him. He had a question that came into the support email I saw there. And they said, there's some stuff that we do better through email, I think, that can be illustrated better through email. There's some stuff that I think is illustrated better here, obviously. So I just wanted to try to help him with that. So Fubu. That Fubu hasn't closed? No, TV. I didn't think it was Fubu close. I'm moving. Whoa. What's going on here? Properties. Show post market. Well then. Some earnings got released. Fubu TV. What kind of TV are you showing? Sports. For some reason, I think soccer when I see this, actually. I don't know why. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, that's good. You too, Raj. You take care. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday, Friday Junior, as I like to call it, wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. Is there somewhere I can see an earnings calendar? We don't have an earnings calendar, but that scan will show you what's earnings today. It's sorted based on market cap. It'll show you the top 100 earners that are reporting today based on market cap. So you can kind of create an earnings scanner. So real quick here, if you want to follow along real quick, if we go new, we go top list window. I think this is the best way to do that. Hold on, I got to log out of something here. Otherwise, I'll be wreaking havoc. All right, so if we go new, let's go search earnings. It would be great if I could type one of these days. Earnings. All right, EARNINGS, earnings. And we want the date, the earnings date. If we click that and we add that filter, all right. Now, the way the earnings filter is a little weird, but let's say you want to see stuff, reporting over the next couple of days coming into today. So the max, we put 0.75. All right. And so that means we stop showing any earnings before today or after today. But if we want to see a couple of days after today, we could put something like 2.75. All right. And so that's 2 and 2+ days after today. All right. And then if we wanted to cap it, for how far it's looking back, so we can see things that reported this morning. So 0.25. All right. And so we could just put it in like that. And then, we can sort it based on whatever we want. I like sorting on market cap, so we're not looking at total junk stocks, but you can sort it however you want to sort it. So if I type market cap, there's market cap. I can go sort by. All right. And so all I've done with this, there's no other filters in here, just the earnings date. And we're sorting it by market cap. And it's going to give me the top 100 stocks that are reporting from this morning to a couple of days out. All right. And I press OK. All right. There's my list. All right. And now if we go through this list, all right, let's take a look here. So the reported today. Let's scroll down the list a little ways. Still reporting today. Gee, we might have all today reports because of the market cap. Oh, so many are reporting. Let's up this record count. This means we'll see the top 500 now. These are all reporting today. So look, August 8th, the 4th. Today again, August 8th, the 8th, 4th. Oh, you know what it is? Because people don't really report much on Fridays, right? Yeah. So probably not going to see. So tomorrow's the 5th, Saturday's 6th, Sunday's 7th, Monday's the 8th. So that's why we're going to see just the 8th and today. I don't think there's really much of anybody reporting tomorrow, right? So they'll report in the pre-market tomorrow. So that would be the way I would suggest to make a quote unquote earnings calendar. That's going to be your best way. I would run a pre-market race on where did my layout go? Hi, trade ideas. Oh, that's not good. Wow, my trade ideas just completely shut down. Okay, well, I can't say I saw that coming. For pre-market, I would run I'd run change from close. I'd race based on change from close in the pre-market, and I'd put a minimum of let's say 5,000 shares in the scan. So I'd do something like this. Let me bring up a new top list. If I was making a pre-market race, I would go, let's say a minimum of 5,000 shares traded today, especially if you're trying to start at 4 a.m. And then whatever your price range that you want from is. And I'd keep this really basic, and I'd sort on change from close %. And then I don't know if I'd really add anything else, to be honest. That's really all I would do. And then I would launch the race. And don't start automatically, jerk face. Show race setup. And then I would, set all my other stuff here. See, default. I'm gonna have to change that. And then I would set this here. I would go change from close % and a delta value. And that's all I do. I'd keep it really simple in the pre-market just because there's so much less activity in the pre-market. You don't want to over filter things. That's my 2 cents though. Yeah, you got it, Teddy. Happy to help, man. So, all right, I just realized the time I was supposed to be out of here already. That'll wrap it today. Plan the trade, trade the plan. I've been saying that a lot lately. We'll wrap up hopefully another great week here. And we'll do tomorrow. You got Andy again tomorrow because I think he filled in for Steve today. And then me tomorrow afternoon. And then for anybody that's left that was here earlier, I'm off next week. So there'll be, unfortunately, no 3:30s next week with me. And after that, I will be back. We'll have our test drive going on. And hopefully we can keep this thing going with these races, man. I'm telling you, some really, really great stuff. So, Wolf, I need to work on my racing. I would like to race, use it for my favorite stocks. So yeah, Wolf, just make a symbols list and then point it at the scan, right? So tools, symbols list, create new list, my favorite stocks, right? And then add those stocks to it. And then you right click, configure, right? Come to symbols list, add list, find your favorite list, right? Select that list and put a check mark in it and make sure this drop down menu is only the following lists, right? Do you no weekend marathon, family vacay. We'll see about marathons moving forward. trying to get it back. I destroyed my knees apparently. Does that make sense? And you're welcome, Stephanie. Really happy to help. So Wolf, did that make sense? If I went too fast, I'll go over that one more time before I peace out for the day. Trade ideas marathon. Get a trade ideas singlet. Run and represent. You got it. All right, perfect. Glad you got that. So, all right, thanks again, everybody, for all the questions, comments, and interactions. As always, I greatly, greatly appreciate it. And that's it. I'll catch you tomorrow, everybody. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Take care.